Welcome back to another story on The Fiction Wizard. This time, we're bringing you, Sirius demanded a full audit at his acquittal. 23 lordships had been taken from Harry. Your likes fuel our creativity. Subscribe and stay tuned. Here's the story. Chapter 1, The Demand. The courtroom smelled like old stone and older grievances. Courtroom 10 sat at the lowest level of the Ministry of Magic, carved into the bedrock of London like something the building was embarrassed about, a wound it had learned to live with. The walls were dark, the ceiling was low, and the chains on the accused chair at the center of the room had the particular quality of things that had been used too many times to pretend they were just decorative. They coiled there in the silence like they were waiting for someone to sit down so they could have a purpose again. Today, for the first time in the history of Courtroom 10, those chains had bound nobody. The chair sat empty. The accused, if you could still call him that, stood at the front of the room with his arms crossed and his gray eyes doing the thing they did when Sirius Black was working very hard not to say something that would get him arrested again. He was thinner than he should have been. His cheekbones sat a little too close to the surface, and there was still something in the way he held himself that spoke of narrow spaces and cold floors. But his robes were clean, his hair was tied back, and he had shaved, which had taken the better part of an hour because his hands had been shaking, not from fear, but from the particular violence of a feeling he hadn't let himself feel in so long he'd forgotten what it was called. Relief, maybe. Or something older than relief. Something that came before relief, and made room for it. The Wizengamot members filled their seats in a horseshoe above him, 80-plus witches and wizards in plum-colored robes looking down at a man they had spent the better part of 13 years assuming was guilty of things he had not done. Some of them had the decency to look uncomfortable. Most of them managed to look merely official, which was a skill the ministry cultivated in its employees the way other institutions cultivated honor. At the head of the tribunal sat Cornelius Fudge, Minister for Magic, whose lime-green bowler hat was doing an admirable job of making him look ridiculous in a room that was trying very hard to be serious. Beside him, Amelia Bones sat with her monocle and her spine and her expression of a woman who had read every piece of evidence 3 times and was going to make sure everyone else in this room had too, whether they wanted to or not. Sirius Orion Black, Fudge said, with the particular tone of a man reading from a script he was grateful for. Having reviewed the testimony of one Peter Pettigrew, apprehended on the 14th of November and currently in ministry custody, and having reviewed the supporting memories provided by Albus Dumbledore, Minerva McGonagall, and 3 students of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, this tribunal finds, not guilty. Amelia Bones said it first, firmly, and several members of the Wizengamot blinked at her. She didn't blink back. Fudge cleared his throat. Yes. Not guilty. On all charges. He set the parchment down with the air of a man who would very much like a biscuit. Mr. Black, you are free to go. The ministry extends its sincerest, I want a full audit. The words landed in the courtroom the way a stone lands in still water, sudden, clean, and spreading. Fudge stared at him. I beg your pardon. Sirius unfolded his arms. He moved to the edge of the central platform, not aggressive, not conciliatory, just occupying the space he was standing in the way that very few people actually managed to do. A full audit, he said again, the same tone, no louder. Of the Black estate and the Potter estate. Both estates fell under ministry-appointed guardianship after my imprisonment. I want a complete accounting. Every asset. Every account. Every property, lordship, title, seat, and holding. From the moment the guardianship was established to now. He paused. Today. The silence that followed was a different quality from the silence before. Fudge let out a sound that was half laugh, half splutter. Today? Mr. Black, the ministry cannot simply, it can. This was Amelia Bones. She was looking at Sirius with the expression of someone who has just identified an interesting complication, and was choosing, deliberately, to walk toward it rather than away. Under the Guardianship and Estate Act of 1793, any guardian whose wardship is dissolved by a change in legal status, including exoneration, is required to provide a full accounting of all estate holdings within 72 hours. It's Section 44. She turned her monocle toward Fudge. We are, I think, all familiar with Section 44. Several Wiesengemot members were suddenly quite interested in their own hands. The Act also specifies, Amelia continued, with the measured cadence of someone who had known exactly what Section 44 said before she walked through the door this morning, that Gringotts Bank, as the neutral arbitrating body for magical estate disputes, must be petitioned for an immediate inheritance audit if the ward or their representative requests it within the first 24 hours of the guardianship's dissolution. She looked back at Sirius. Mr. Black, are you formally requesting that audit? I am, Sirius said. Then I'm afraid the ministry has no choice but to facilitate it. She wrote something on her clipboard. Congratulations on your acquittal. She said it like she meant it, which was unusual enough in this building that Sirius spent a full second just looking at her. Then something that might have been the precursor to a smile crossed his face, not the wild, burning grin from the old photographs, not the hollow thing from Azkaban, but something quieter and more considered. Thank you, he said. For the record. Fudge was still sputtering. Sirius turned away from him. The ministry atrium at midday was a particular kind of chaos, the organized, self-important chaos of bureaucracy in full swing, witches and wizards in robes of every color crossing the golden floor in patterns that looked random but were in fact precisely structured around habit and hierarchy. The golden fountain in the center, the fountain of magical brethren, which Harry had always found slightly unnerving, caught the light from the ceiling and threw it in cheerful directions that seemed at odds with most of what went on here. Sirius stood at the edge of it and waited. He had sent the owl that morning, before the acquittal, because he had been certain enough of the outcome to be planning for what came after. The owl had gone to Arthur Weasley, with instructions to get Harry to the ministry by noon on any pretense that would work. Harry was 15, on summer holiday from Hogwarts, presumably sitting at Grimmauld Place or the Burrow and definitely not expecting to walk into this. Sirius felt a flicker of guilt about that. Then he looked down at the single piece of parchment that Amelia Bones had handed him on his way out of the courtroom, a preliminary summary, put together by the ministry's own estate office in the 2 hours before the acquittal, because Amelia Bones was evidently someone who prepared for the things she intended to make happen, and the guilt shrank to a manageable size. The numbers on the parchment were not large, as numbers went. They were neat, actually. Tidy. Whoever had done this had been very careful about tidiness. But when Sirius read them in the context of what they represented, the careful tidiness of them became the worst part. He heard Harry before he saw him, a voice saying, "What's this about, Mr. Weasley?" in the particular tone of someone who had learned to approach unfamiliar situations with caution because unfamiliar situations had historically involved things trying to kill him. Sirius looked up. Harry Potter at 15 was not the small, underfed child who had found Sirius in a shack on the edge of Hogwarts grounds 2 years ago. He'd grown, still not tall, but less like he was apologizing for existing. His hair was doing something that defied all architectural understanding, his glasses were slightly crooked, and he was wearing Muggle jeans that were just about the right size for once. He walked with Arthur Weasley at his shoulder, scanning the atrium with the alert, checking quality that Sirius recognized from James and had never liked seeing because it meant someone had taught his best friend's son to always look for the exits. Then Harry saw him and stopped walking entirely. The expression that crossed his face went through several phases in rapid succession: shock, confusion, relief, and then settled, slowly, into a kind of wondering disbelief. Sirius? Hey, kid. Harry crossed the remaining distance without caring particularly about the dozen ministry employees who had to sidestep around him, and Sirius caught him in a hug that was less graceful than he'd imagined it but considerably more real. He could feel how much Harry had grown. He could also feel the tension in him, that baseline readiness that shouldn't exist in a 15-year-old's shoulders. He let go and held Harry at arm's length. "You're out," Harry said. "You're actually, how?" Pettigrew got caught. Finally. Sirius let him go properly. I was acquitted about 40 minutes ago. The joy on Harry's face was clean and complete and slightly devastating. This is, he ran out of words, which for Harry was fairly unusual. Then, why am I here? I mean, I'm not complaining, obviously, but Arthur said it was urgent, and it is urgent. Sirius looked at him for a moment, the parchment folded in his pocket, and made a decision. He had thought he'd wait, find a quiet room, explain things slowly, prepare Harry for the weight of what he was about to say. But Harry was standing here with his crooked glasses and his bright eyes, and Sirius had already wasted 12 years. He didn't want to waste another hour. There's something I need to show you. Something I found out this morning. He pulled the parchment out. And I need you to look at it and tell me if you knew. Harry took the parchment. Arthur Weasley, who had been hovering at a respectful distance, took a small step forward. Sirius, perhaps this isn't the place, the preliminary audit summary, Sirius said, watching Harry's face. The ministry's own estate office put that together this morning. That's not the full picture. Not even close. But it's enough to start. Harry was reading. His expression was doing something Sirius couldn't entirely identify, a progressive kind of stilling, like water dropping in temperature, not quite freezing but heading there. The parchment listed 6 properties. Not 23, the full audit hadn't been run yet. Just 6. 6 properties from the Potter estate that had been transferred out of the estate's holdings between 1981 and 1995, while Harry was listed as the sole surviving heir under ministry guardianship. Transferred to different parties, under different justifications, each one individually explicable if you looked at it alone. The problem was that Sirius was looking at all of them together. I didn't know any of this, Harry said. His voice was level. Very level. The kind of level that is actually the surface of something much less level underneath. I didn't even know I had properties. I knew about the vault, Hagrid told me about the vault before first year. I thought that was it. That was what they let you think. Harry looked up at him. Who's they? Arthur made a soft sound. Sirius looked at him, and Arthur Weasley had the expression of a man who wanted very badly to say let's find a private room again and was understanding, finally, that this was not going to be that kind of conversation. We're going to find that out, Sirius said. That's why I requested the full audit. Gringotts will have everything, every transfer, every withdrawal, every rerouted asset. Whoever did this did it carefully, but they did it through official channels because they thought no one was ever going to look. He paused. They were wrong. Harry folded the parchment. He had the particular quality in that moment of someone who has just added a significant piece of information to a model of the world they were already building and found that it fit all too neatly. When do we go to Gringotts? This afternoon. Right. Harry handed the parchment back. Then he stopped. Sirius. He said it the way you say something when you have a much larger question and you are choosing the smallest version of it first. How bad is it going to be? Sirius thought about the 6 properties on the parchment. He thought about the preliminary numbers. He thought about the fact that the Potter estate was one of the oldest in Britain and James had inherited it in full at 21, and the Potter vault at Gringotts was not the modest nest egg of a comfortable family but the accumulated holding of 8 generations of a noble and most ancient house, and he had not told Harry any of that because nobody had, and that was its own kind of crime. I don't know yet, he said, which was true. But I think it's going to be bad enough. Gringotts smelled like gold, which was not metaphorical. There was an actual metallic quality to the air inside the bank, layered over the smell of old stone and something faintly sulphurous from the depths below. The goblins moved through their domain with the efficiency of people who considered other people's incompetence a personal affront, and the marble floors carried the particular echo of a space that did not care how important you thought you were. Sirius walked through the doors with Harry at his side and asked for the inheritance specialist. The goblin at the front desk looked at Sirius with the narrow, calculating expression that goblins reserved for humans they found unexpectedly interesting. Sirius Black. The same. Sirius kept his voice easy. I believe Amelia Bones's office sent ahead. Full audit, Black Estate and Potter Estate. Today. The goblin, whose nameplate read Sharp Quill, turned his gaze to Harry. If goblins could look satisfied, Sharp Quill managed it. Harry Potter. That's me. Harry met the goblin's gaze without flinching, which Sirius noted with approval. Yes, Sharp Quill said. It is. He set down his quill with the decisiveness of someone making a choice. I will take you to Ragnarok personally. This caused the goblin beside Sharp Quill to look up with raised eyebrows. Sirius and Harry exchanged a glance. You did not, as a rule, get taken to Ragnarok personally. Ragnarok was the director of inheritance and estate law at Gringotts, the goblin who untangled the worst and most complicated disputes, the one who had been doing this work since before most of the current Wizengamot members' grandparents were born. Thank you, Sirius said. Sharp Quill was already moving. They followed him through the marble lobby and through a door that Harry had never seen open before and down a corridor that went deeper into the building rather than down toward the vaults, lined with doors that had no handles and locks that had no keyholes. Ragnarok's office was at the end of it. The room was large by goblin standards and overwhelming by any standard, every surface covered with documents, ledgers, scrolls, and various items that served as evidence in cases that had been running longer than most human lives. Behind the main desk sat a goblin who looked old in the way that mountains looked old, not fragile, just deeply, unassailably present. His eyes were amber and sharp, and when they landed on Harry they stayed there for a moment before moving to Sirius. Lord Black, Ragnarok said, which made Sirius stand slightly straighter in a way he hadn't done in a long time. I received Madame Bones's communication. Sit down. They sat. I took the liberty, Ragnarok said, opening a ledger the size of a small table, of beginning preliminary work when the communication arrived. The Black Estate audit is straightforward. Your assets were sealed at the time of your imprisonment and remained sealed. They have been sitting in their original state for 13 years, and some of them are unhappy about it. He made a small sound that might have been a goblin's version of amusement. The Potter Estate is a different matter. He turned the ledger to face them. Harry leaned forward. Sirius watched Harry's face. The Potter Estate, at the time of James and Lily Potter's deaths in October 1981, had consisted of the following: the primary vault at Gringotts, containing the accumulated wealth of 8 generations of the Potter family along with various investments, bonds, and liquid assets; Potter's Hollow, the family home in Godric's Hollow, which had been destroyed in the attack but whose land and outbuildings remained; a property in the Scottish Highlands, a property in Cornwall, an apartment in Edinburgh, a townhouse in London, a country estate in Wiltshire, and, this was where Sirius stopped breathing for a moment, seats on the Wizengamot. Plural. Not one seat. Seats. 7 Wizengamot seats, Harry said, reading from the ledger. His voice was completely flat. I have 7, you had 7, Ragnarok said. Currently, you hold 4. 3 have been transferred. He turned the page. In addition to the properties, the Potter family held a number of lordships, formal titles with associated rights, voting privileges, and in several cases, financial entitlements from wizarding trade agreements and charter rights dating back several centuries. These were not vault holdings. They were not subject to standard estate procedures. They required deliberate and individual transfer actions. Sirius said, carefully, how many? Ragnarok looked at him over the top of the ledger. Including both the black titles that passed to Harry through the Potter Black Accord signed by your grandfather in 1952, and the Potter titles held directly, we are still completing the full count. But the preliminary figure is 23. The number sat in the room. 23 lordships, Harry said. 23 titles, lordships, charter rights, and associated entitlements, Ragnarok corrected, with the precision of someone who understood that the difference mattered. Not all of them are of equal significance. Several are largely ceremonial. Several are not ceremonial at all. 3 of them carry automatic Waisengamat seats with voting rights in all major legislative sessions. 2 of them carry financial entitlements, essentially, a percentage of certain long-standing commercial charters, that have been accruing since the transfers. He paused. Accruing to someone else. Who? Harry asked. That, Ragnarok said, is what the full audit will determine. Some of it is clear already. Some of it requires more careful examination. He closed the ledger. Lord Potter, I want to be clear about something. These transfers, every single one of them, required a signature from the ministry-appointed guardian of your estate. They required ministry witnesses. They required documentation. None of this happened by accident or without the knowledge of multiple parties. He let that sit. What I am describing to you is not negligence. No, Harry said. It's not. Sirius had been watching him throughout all of this. He had been half expecting tears, or rage, or the particular overwhelmed blankness that came when too much information landed too quickly. What he got instead was something he recognized from the man Harry's father had been, the quality of attention that James Potter brought to a problem he had decided to solve, the way all the surface noise dropped away and what was left was absolutely clear-eyed and completely purposeful. Harry sat back in his chair. He was quiet for a moment. Then, tell me what you already know about where they went. Ragnarok looked at him for a beat longer than necessary. Then he opened the ledger again. They were in Ragnarok's office for 3 hours. By the end of it, Harry had a roll of parchment 6 feet long filled with Sirius's handwriting, names, dates, transfer numbers, amounts. Ragnarok had been thorough, methodical, and almost aggressively informative in a way that suggested the goblins of Gringotts had their own feelings about what had been done to the Potter estate and were not entirely unhappy to be talking about it with the people who could do something. When they walked back out through the lobby, the afternoon light was long and golden through the enormous doors. The Diagon Alley crowd moved around them, ordinary and oblivious, people buying ingredients and books and owl treats, and Harry walked through the middle of it with 6 feet of parchment rolled under his arm and said nothing for almost a full minute. Sirius let him have it. Dumbledore, Harry said finally. Not a question. Not quite an accusation yet. Just a name, spoken in a particular tone that was doing the work of both. His signature is on 5 of the transfers, Sirius said. As co-guardian. I didn't know he was my guardian. He was appointed by the ministry in 1981, along with 3 others. Standard practice for orphan children of prominent families, they said. He was appointed specifically to oversee the, and I'm reading from memory here, the educational and strategic interests of the Potter heir. Sirius paused. Which apparently included signing off on the transfer of a Cornish property and 2 Waisengamat proxy votes to parties unspecified. Who are the parties unspecified? That's what tomorrow is for. Sirius stopped walking and turned to face him. Around them, the crowd parted and rejoined without noticing. Harry. I need you to hear something. Harry looked at him. I know what it's like, Sirius said, to go into Azkaban believing the people around you were who you thought they were, and come out realizing the picture was different. And I know, he stopped. Tried again. I need you to know that I am not going anywhere. Whatever we find. Whatever names come up. I'm not going to need to be convinced to keep going, and I'm not going to look for reasons to stop, and I'm not going to manage this for you. He said this last part carefully. I'm going to work this with you. You make the decisions about what we do next. I back your play. That's my job and I want it. Harry stared at him. He had the expression of someone who had received a specific kind of kindness so rarely that it took them a moment to identify what it was. All right, Harry said. Then the first decision is this: I want to go back to Grimmauld Place tonight, and I want to go through everything we have, and tomorrow morning I want to be at the ministry when it opens." He paused. "And I want to know, before we do any of that, I want to know what the Black Potter Accord was. Ragnarok mentioned it but we didn't get to it." Sirius had been hoping this wouldn't come up until he had time to explain it properly. He should have known better. "It was an agreement between my grandfather Arcturus Black and your grandfather Fleamont Potter. An alliance accord, essentially a formal friendship between two houses. It had a provision in it that in the absence of a direct black heir, certain titles would pass to the eldest Potter in the next generation." He paused. "I don't have children, Harry. I was the last of the main black line. The accord activated when I was imprisoned and declared legally. When they declared me," he stopped. "When they declared me dead." Something shifted in Harry's expression. "You were declared dead? Legally?" "Yes. In 1985. The ministry," Sirius let out a breath. "The ministry declared me dead in absentia to facilitate the transfer of my assets." Harry was very still. "But you were in Azkaban. They knew you were in Azkaban." "Yes. They declared you dead to get at your assets." "To get at certain things, yes. Some of it is still sealed. Goblins don't recognize ministry declarations of death without a body, which is a policy I am deeply grateful for. But the lordships, the titles, those are ministry registered. They went to the crown on paper, and then from the crown they were reassigned through various mechanisms to," he paused. "We don't have all the names yet." Harry looked at the parchment roll under his arm. Then he looked back at Sirius. "You said you were hoping to be able to celebrate tonight. When you sent the owl to Arthur." "I thought we might do both," Sirius said. "Celebrate and plan." "I'm fine with that," Harry said. He almost smiled, and it was a complicated thing, sharp and young at the same time, and James Potter's nose and his mother's eyes. "I just want to be clear about something first." "Go ahead." 23, Harry said. "That's how many. And someone thought I'd never know. Someone thought they could take 23 things from me and the worst that could happen was I'd have slightly less money than I was supposed to." His voice was still level, still that careful flat quality from the courtroom. "I'm going to take every single one of them back." Sirius looked at his godson, who he had known as a baby and met as a 13-year-old in a dark shack and was only now, properly, beginning to know, and felt something settle in his chest that had been unsettled for a very long time. "Yeah," he said. "I know you are." They walked back through the crowd as the last of the afternoon light dropped below the rooftops and the street lamps of Diagon Alley began to flicker on one by one, and the parchment under Harry's arm contained the beginning of a reckoning that a great many people had been hoping would never come. They had been very wrong to hope for that. Grimmauld Place at night was a different creature from Grimmauld Place during the day. The Order of the Phoenix used it as a headquarters, which meant that during daylight hours there was generally someone in every room, and the kitchen was full of Weasleys, and the portraits muttered at anyone who walked too quickly, and Mrs. Black's curtain frame in the hallway was a constant ambient threat. At night it emptied out to its bones, and the old house was very much itself, large, dark, full of the smell of things that had been locked away for years, and in certain lights, almost proud. Sirius had claimed the study on the first floor. It had been his father's, once, and there was a satisfaction in using it that he was adult enough to acknowledge was petty and human enough to not particularly care. He spread the parchment across the desk, weighted the corners with books, and lit every lamp in the room. Harry sat across from him with a quill and a blank roll of parchment and the focused expression of someone about to organize a problem. "Let's start with what we know," Harry said. 5 signatures from Dumbledore, Sirius said, pulling out his own notes. 3 from ministry officials, we don't have names yet, that comes with the full audit. 2 from someone listed as authorized Wisengamot representative, which is a designation that should not exist for this purpose. He paused. And 13 with the signature of one Cornelius Oswald Fudge, Minister for Magic. Harry wrote that down. Fudge signed 13. Over a period of 11 years. Some of them in the same year as ministry policy announcements that were, Sirius found the note. That were publicly presented as asset management procedures. Routine. Standard practice. He looked up. 11 years of routine standard practice. What did they take? From the Potter estate directly, 5 properties, 3 Wiesengemot seats, 7 lordships, for charter rights, and something called a voice. I asked Ragnarok about the voice. Apparently it's an old designation, a formal right of address at the Wiesengemot that doesn't require a seat but guarantees that you will be heard in any legislative session you choose to attend. It was attached to the Potter lordship going back to the 16th century. Sirius paused. It was transferred to an entity called the Office of the Chief Warlock in 1989. The quill in Harry's hand stilled. The Chief Warlock, Harry said. That's Dumbledore. It has been, for the last 40 years, yes. So he took my voice. Harry said it quietly, like he was turning the words over. Like he was checking to make sure they meant what he thought they meant. The thing that would have meant I could speak in front of the Wiesengemot without anyone being able to silence me, he took it and gave it to his own office. Sirius said nothing. There was nothing useful to add. Harry put his quill down. He folded his hands on the desk. He was quiet for a moment, and in the lamplight of the study, with the old house settling around them and the city outside going about its ordinary night, he looked very young and not young at all at the same time. He put me with the Dursleys, Harry said. Not as an accusation. As a fact being placed next to another fact. He decided where I lived. He decided what I knew about my parents, what I was told about my history, when I was allowed to do magic. He decided. He paused. And this whole time he was also deciding what I owned. Yes, Sirius said. And now I'm supposed to. Harry stopped himself. He picked the quill back up. What's the Black Estate situation? Simpler, Sirius said, grateful for the redirect. Most of it is still intact because of Goblin refusal to recognize the death declaration. 3 items passed through, 2 of them are titles that went to distant cousins, which is standard inheritance procedure and not necessarily wrong. One of them is a Wiesengemot seat that went to, he checked the parchment. Arthur Weasley. The quill stopped again. Sirius watched Harry's face. Arthur, Harry said. He knew exactly what this meant. Arthur Weasley, who was kind, who was genuinely kind, who loved Muggle objects and treated Harry like a person and had driven him to King's Cross every year and asked about his summer with real interest. Does he know? I don't know, Sirius said honestly. A seat can be granted without the recipient's active involvement, especially if it goes through ministry channels as a routine portfolio reassignment. It's possible he was told he was eligible for an available seat and didn't ask where it came from. He paused. It's also possible he knew. I don't think he did. But we need to know for certain. Harry wrote Arthur Weasley, 1 Wiesengemot seat, clarify and underline the last word twice. They worked through the rest of the list. It took 2 hours. The fire in the grate burned down and Sirius rebuilt it without commenting on the time. Harry refilled his ink twice. By the end of it they had 3 categories, things that could be reclaimed immediately and cleanly, things that would require legal action through the Wiesengemot, and things that would require a conversation Sirius was not looking forward to having. The last category had 1 name at the top of it. They both looked at it without speaking. Dumbledore, Albus Percival Wulfric Bryan. Co-guardian of the Potter estate. Signatory on 5 transfers. Current holder of the voice of House Potter. Member of the tribunal that had, 12 years ago, declined to give Sirius a trial. What time does the ministry open? Harry asked. 8 o'clock. I want to be there at 8. Harry rolled the parchment and set it with the Gringotts copy. Sirius. Can I ask you something? Yes. When you were in Azkaban. Harry didn't look up. He was straightening the edges of the parchment, smoothing a corner that was already smooth. Did anyone? He stopped. Tried again. Did anyone petition for your release? In the beginning? Before, no, Sirius said. Harry stopped smoothing the parchment. Not one petition, Sirius said. Not one formal inquiry. Not one request for a hearing. He said it without self-pity because he had spent a long time moving through the self-pity to the other side of it. Dumbledore testified at the ministry, I've seen the records, that he believed I was guilty. He was very convincing. Harry looked up at him. I know what you're thinking, Sirius said. Are you sure? Harry said. Because I'm thinking quite a few things. The thing you're thinking that you don't want to say out loud. Harry was quiet for a moment. The fire popped. Somewhere in the house, a floorboard settled. If Dumbledore thought you were guilty, Harry said carefully, then he thought you were dead when you escaped. He thought you were a murderer who'd escaped from Azkaban. And when you showed up at Hogwarts, when I was 13, he could have had you arrested immediately. He had every reason to. He paused. But he didn't. He waited. He kept you close enough that you couldn't leave but free enough that I could meet you. He looked at Sirius. Why would he do that? Sirius looked at his godson and felt an uncomfortable pride mixed with something bleaker. 15 years old, and the boy cut straight to the thing. Because you were useful, Sirius said. If he believed I was guilty, and I think he did, I think he genuinely did, then I was a convicted murderer and escaped prisoner with a history of unstable behavior who happened to be your godfather. I was something he could use. Something he could point at, if needed. A variable he could control. He paused. Or he could have me near enough to catch if he needed to catch me. Variables, Harry said. He thinks of people as variables. Smart people often do, Sirius said. It's not malicious, necessarily. It's wrong, Harry said, with the simple directness of someone who has not yet learned to make it complicated. It's wrong, and I don't care what the intentions are. He stood up. I'm going to bed. I need to be sharp tomorrow. Sirius watched him move to the door. Harry. Harry turned. For what it's worth, Sirius said. He does care about you. I believe that. Whatever else is true. He needed Harry to have the complete picture, not the satisfying one. That doesn't make any of this all right. Harry considered this. He looked very old for a moment and then, suddenly, very young, the specific young of a boy who has just learned that love and accountability are not mutually exclusive and is deciding how to hold both of them. I know, he said. That's actually the hardest part. He pushed the door open. Good night, Sirius. Good night. The door closed quietly. Sirius sat for a moment in the lamplight with the parchment spread across the desk, 23 items catalogued and numbered and waiting, and thought about James Potter, who had been dead for 14 years and whose son had just, in the space of a single afternoon, begun the process of becoming the person James had hoped he would be. He thought James would have been terrified and electrified in equal measure. Sirius knew the feeling. He extinguished the lamps and left the parchment where it was, and went to find his own bed in the house that used to belong to a family that had made him ashamed to carry their name and that he was, for the first time, beginning to reclaim as something else entirely. Tomorrow they would go to the ministry. Tomorrow the questions would start having to become answers. Chapter 2, The Ledger. The Ministry of Magic at 8 in the morning had a different character from its midday self, less performative, more mechanical. The witches and wizards arriving for the early shift moved with the particular efficiency of people who had not yet had enough coffee to remember they were supposed to look important. The golden fountain was still cycling its cheerful water display, the magical ceiling overhead cycling through an optimistic approximation of a summer morning, and the welcome witches at the security desk were still trading shifts with the focused weariness of people handing over a problem they were glad to be rid of. Harry had been awake since 5. Not from anxiety, exactly. More from the feeling of something having shifted in the night, some internal orientation that had quietly repointed itself while he slept, so that when he sat up in the dark of his room at Grimmauld Place the first thing in his mind was not the usual ambient dread of whatever was coming next, but instead a clear, specific, almost architectural awareness of what he intended to do today. He'd showered, dressed, eaten toast standing up in the kitchen because sitting down felt like wasting time, and had the parchment from last night tucked inside his jacket before Sirius appeared at the kitchen door at 7:30 looking like a man who had slept but was not entirely convinced it had been worth it. "You've already eaten," Sirius said, looking at the plate. "You want some?" Harry said. "I want some." Sirius made toast with the particular economy of motion of someone who didn't intend to be stationary long enough to justify cooking anything more ambitious. He ate it at the counter. He looked at Harry. "How are you?" "Ready," Harry said. Sirius studied him for a moment. "I mean in general." "I know what you mean." Harry picked up his jacket. "I'm fine. I went to sleep thinking about Dumbledore and I woke up thinking about what we're going to do about it, which is a better place to be." He paused. "I spent most of last night not being angry at him. I was saving it." "For what?" "For when it's useful." Sirius looked at him and then looked at his toast and then looked back at him. "Right," he said. "Let's go." Amelia Bones's office was on the 3rd floor, past the Department of Magical Law Enforcement's main bullpen, behind a door that had her name on it in the particular kind of lettering that suggested it had been there long enough to be part of the architecture. Her assistant, a young witch with sharp eyes and the slightly harried expression of someone who was very competent and well aware that this meant she was constantly asked to do things, looked up when they arrived. "Mr. Black. She's expecting you." She glanced at Harry. "And Mr. Potter." Harry said. She blinked. "Harry." "Yes." She stood. "Go in." Amelia Bones was already behind her desk when they entered, which was the kind of thing that suggested she had never not been behind her desk, that she simply existed in this office, present and purposeful, and occasionally left to deal with things that needed dealing with. The morning light from her window sat on the stacks of parchment with the orderly quality of light that knew better than to disorganize anything. She looked at them both over her monocle. "Sit down." They sat. "The full audit request has been formally submitted to Gringotts," she said, without preamble. "They estimate 48 hours for a complete picture, though Ragnarok tells me the primary structure of it is already clear." She set down her quill. "I received a preliminary breakdown at 6 this morning. I've been in this office since then." She looked at Harry. "How much do you already know?" 6 properties confirmed," Harry said. 23 titles, lordships and associated holdings preliminary. Specific signatures on specific transfers, Dumbledore on 5, Fudge on 13, 2 others unknown." He paused. "And someone took my voice." Amelia's expression didn't change, but something behind it did, a slight shift, like a keystone settling. "You know about the voice." "I do now. That particular transfer," Amelia said, "was what made me pull this file at 6 this morning. The voice of House Potter is one of the oldest designated rights in the Wisengamot. Transferring it to an administrative office is," she stopped. "It's not something I would have authorized. And I should have been asked." "Were you DMLE head in 1989? Sirius asked. "No. My predecessor was." She said this carefully, which meant there was something attached to it she wasn't saying. "My predecessor retired in 1991 under circumstances that I have been re-examining this morning." The room was quiet. "What do you need from me?" Amelia said. "Access," Sirius said. "To the guardianship records. The full ministry filing, not just the estate summary. And a formal letter confirming that the audit is under your office's review, so that if anyone tries to delay or obstruct the Gringotts process, they're obstructing a DMLE investigation. Done. She was already writing. What else? We need the names on those 2 unknown signatures, Harry said. She paused in her writing. She looked at him. I may already have one of them. She opened a drawer and produced a file. The routine estate transfers between 1981 and 1990 all went through a sub-office called the Magical Guardianship and Asset Administration Bureau. It was dissolved in 1992, officially as part of a ministry restructuring. The head of that bureau from 1981 to 1990 was a wizard named Algernon Crouch. The name meant nothing to Harry. He looked at Sirius. He was Bartemius Crouch Sr.'s cousin, Sirius said. And he received, Amelia said, from the file, a formal commendation from the minister's office in 1988 for, quote, exemplary management of the ministry's estate guardianship portfolio. She closed the file. He died in 1993. Heart failure. She said it in the tone of someone who found the timing interesting. Convenient, Sirius said. Very. She handed them the letter she'd been writing, signed and sealed. The full audit results will come directly to my office and to Gringotts simultaneously. I'd suggest you go back to Ragnarok this afternoon. He'll have more detail on the financial flows by then, which is where I suspect the clearest evidence sits. She looked at Harry. Lord Potter. Harry blinked. Nobody had called him that yet. It sat strangely, not wrong, exactly, but like a coat that was the right size but he hadn't had long enough to break in. When you're ready to make formal claims, Amelia said, and I mean when you are ready, not when anyone else decides you should be, come to me first. The process of reclaiming these titles will go through the Wiesengemot, and there will be people who move to block it. I want to know before any of that starts so I can be in the right position. She held his gaze. I'm not doing this for political reasons. I'm doing it because what's described in that preliminary report is a systematic robbery of a minor child under the care of the Ministry of Magic, and that is the kind of thing I became head of this department to prevent. I know, Harry said. He stood, which was slightly instinctive. The conversation felt like it had reached its own natural end. Thank you. She nodded. She was already turning to the next thing on her desk before they reached the door. In the corridor, Sirius let out a breath. She's going to be useful. She's going to be useful because she's right, Harry said. Not for us. Because she's right. Those can be the same thing. I know. I just don't want to start thinking of her as an asset. He paused. That's Dumbledore's way of thinking. Sirius looked at him. You're 15, he said. You know that? People keep acting surprised by that. Fair point. Come on. Let's go back to Gringotts. Ragnarok had spent the morning with 3 assistants and a set of ledgers that covered his entire desk and part of the floor, and when Harry and Sirius arrived he looked like a man who had found what he had been looking for and was not entirely pleased about it. Not in a personal way. In the way of someone who has confirmed an unpleasant hypothesis and must now deal with its implications. Close the door, he said. Sirius closed it. They sat. The financial picture is complete, Ragnarok said. Or complete enough that the remaining details are arithmetic, not information. He opened the main ledger to a page that was dense with figures. The simplest way to describe what was done is this: the Potter estate was systematically subdivided over a period of 11 years. Each individual transaction was small enough, or framed in terms sufficiently routine, that it would not attract attention from anyone examining any single piece of it. The transfers were spread across different administrative arms of the ministry, different categories of asset, and different time frames. Designed not to look like a pattern, Harry said. Designed to look like routine guardianship administration, Ragnarok corrected. Which is more effective? Anyone looking for fraud looks for irregularities. This was made to look very, very regular. He turned the page. The financial entitlements are the most concrete piece. The charter rights that pass to other parties, two in particular, have been generating income. How much income? Sirius said. Ragnok looked at him. Then he looked at Harry. Combined, over the period of transfer to now, approximately 400,000 galleons. The number was large enough to sit in its own silence for a moment. 400,000, Harry said. He wasn't shocked, he had already been braced for something significant, but the specific number made it real in a way that large amount hadn't. Where did it go? This, Ragnok said, is where it becomes interesting. Some of it is straightforward, it went to the individuals or offices that held the transferred rights, which tells us who benefited. Some of it went through intermediary accounts, which tells us something else. He produced a separate, smaller document. I want to walk you through the recipients. He did. It took an hour. The list was not what Harry had expected. He had half-braced himself for a roster of villains, dark wizards, Death Eaters, people whose names he already associated with things that hurt him. What he got instead was something more complicated and, in a different way, worse. Two of the charter rights had gone to a holding company registered in Gringotts under the name Educational Trust of Albion. This trust had subsequently made annual grants to several institutions, including, in a detail that made Sirius go very still, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. The grants were not enormous. They were designated for administrative and operational purposes. They had been made every year since 1989 and they were signed by the trust's director, who was listed in the Gringotts records as Albus Dumbledore. He was paying for the school, Harry said slowly. With my money. Partially, Ragnok said. The trust held several revenue sources. The Potter charter rights were one of them. Whether he drew a direct connection between the source and the expenditure, he knew exactly where the money came from, Sirius said. Flat. Certain. He did not do anything by accident. One of the Wisengamot proxy votes had been transferred to an office held by a wizard named Tiberius Ogden, who was a long-standing Wisengamot member with moderate political views and a reputation for sensible independent judgment. This one looked almost benign until Ragnok pointed out that Ogden had consistently voted in favor of motions sponsored by Dumbledore over the relevant period, and that the proxy vote gave those motions a margin of support they would otherwise have lacked in 3 separate legislative sessions. The voice of House Potter was still held by the office of the Chief Warlock. In practice, this meant that any time Dumbledore chose to exercise it, he could speak before the Wisengamot with the standing of House Potter behind him. It had been used 4 times in 10 years, each time to advance a position that Dumbledore held and that faced significant opposition. He used my house's voice, Harry said, to push through things he couldn't get through on his own authority. Yes, Ragnok said. What were the motions? Ragnok named them. One was a curriculum regulation that had, among other effects, made defense against the dark arts more theoretical and less practical, something that had frustrated Harry and every other student for years without any of them knowing why the subject was taught the way it was. Another was a security protocol that had established Dementors as a sanctioned ministry tool under certain circumstances. A third was a regulation that restricted independent magical testing for children under 17. Harry sat with that for a moment. The defense curriculum, Sirius said, reading Harry's face. He made the curriculum worse. Deliberately. Or he had reasons that made sense to him, Harry said. He sounded tired but not surprised. Keep them dependent on instruction. Keep them from developing independent skills too early. He looked at Ragnok. What about the properties? The properties were distributed between 2 private buyers, both of whom, the Gringotts records indicated, were individuals with histories of financial transactions that ran through a network of accounts Ragnok described as characteristically ministry-adjacent. In plain terms, people who did favors for ministry officials and were rewarded through channels that looked, on paper, like legitimate commerce. The Cornwall property had sold for significantly below market value to a wizard who turned out to be the brother-in-law of Algernon Crouch, the deceased bureau head. Of course it did, Sirius said. The Scottish Highlands property was more complicated. It had been transferred under a heritage designation that technically made it ministry property held in trust, which meant it had not technically been sold. It had been classified in a way that removed it from the Potter estate while simultaneously making it inaccessible. The current occupant was a senior ministry official whose name they didn't have yet, pending the full audit. This one, Ragnok said, may be the cleanest to reclaim, legally. Heritage designations applied to private estates without the owner's consent are challengeable under 1903 property statutes. Provided the owner can demonstrate they were a minor at the time of designation and had no representative consenting on their behalf. I had a guardian, Harry said. Multiple guardians, apparently. Doesn't that count as representative consent? Only if the guardian was acting in the estate's interest, Ragnok said. He looked at Harry over the ledger. I think we can make a reasonable case that they were not. By the time they finished, the afternoon had gone pale outside the narrow windows set high in Ragnok's office walls, and Harry's 6 feet of parchment had acquired a substantial number of additions in Sirius's increasingly compressed handwriting. There were numbers everywhere. Names. Dates. Arrows connecting things that had seemed separate until they didn't. Ragnok set the last ledger down. He looked at Harry with the amber eyes that had been watching him for 2 days with the calculating quality of someone taking a very specific kind of measure. I want to say something, the goblin said. It had the feeling of something he had decided in advance. Gringotts does not involve itself in wizarding political disputes. We record. We hold. We enforce contracts. We do not take sides. He paused. What was done to this estate was done through mechanisms that relied on Gringotts' own systems, the transfer protocols, the holding structures, the inheritance records. Someone understood our processes well enough to use them as cover. His jaw tightened, just slightly, just enough. That is not something we find acceptable. The complete audit will be delivered to you and to Madame Bones. You will have everything. He picked his quill back up. We will not be billing the Potter estate for our time. Harry looked at him. Ragnok looked back, entirely unreadable. Thank you, Harry said. Don't thank me. Reclaim your estate. Ragnok opened another ledger, the signal of dismissal. And come back when you need us. They walked out of Gringotts into the late afternoon and Sirius said, we need food, and Harry said, we need to talk about Dumbledore, and Sirius said, we can do both, and they ended up at a table in the leaky cauldron in the back corner that Tom, the barman, ancient and gap-toothed and agreeably incurious, kept clear for people who wanted to talk without being overheard. The food arrived. Harry ate without noticing it particularly and Sirius ate with the focused appreciation of someone who had spent a long time eating things that barely qualified as food and still hadn't quite got over the availability of real meals. He's going to be at Hogwarts, Harry said, halfway through something with pastry. When term starts. He's going to be there every day. He's going to be the headmaster and he's going to look at me across the Great Hall and act like none of this. He doesn't know we know, Sirius said. Harry paused. No, he said, slowly. He doesn't. He'd have one ready, Harry said. A good one. He always has good ones. Harry set his fork down. That's the thing about him. He can make anything sound like it was for your own good. He can make you feel like questioning him means you haven't understood the full picture. He looked at the table. He's been doing it to me for 5 years. Stay at the Dursleys, Harry, it's for protection. Don't ask too many questions, Harry, you'll understand when you're older. Trust me, Harry, I know what's best. He said it without mimicry, just quotation, which was worse. And I did. I trusted him. I trusted him completely. I know, Sirius said. Did you? Harry looked up. Trust him? Sirius was quiet for a moment. The noise of the leaky cauldron moved around them, someone laughing at the bar, the clink of glasses, someone asking Tom about something to do with the Quidditch season. Once, he said. Before. He turned his glass in his hands. He recruited us. Your parents, me, the others. He was the one who made us feel like it mattered, like what we were doing in the Order was meaningful and not just terrifying. And it did matter. He wasn't wrong about that. He paused. But he recruited us the way you recruit people when you think of them as instruments of a larger purpose. We were brave and talented and loyal and young, and those were exactly the qualities he needed, and I think he cared about us, genuinely, but the caring and the using were never separate in his mind. They were the same thing. Harry took that in. He didn't argue with it. So what do we do? Harry said. We don't go to him, Sirius said. Not yet. Not until we have everything, the full audit, Amelia's formal review, the Gringotts documentation in complete form. When we do go to him, we go with everything we have, and we go on our terms, and we go somewhere he can't control the room. He paused. But there's something that has to happen first. The Weasleys, Harry said. Arthur specifically. Sirius's voice was careful. I need to talk to Arthur about the seat. And I need to do it before anyone else does, before the audit results become wider knowledge, because if he hears about it through the Ministry grapevine or from Dumbledore, it becomes a different conversation. Can I come? Harry said. Sirius looked at him. That's your call. It might be easier without you, practically speaking. Easier for Arthur. I don't particularly need it to be easy for Arthur right now, Harry said, not harshly. Just honestly. I need it to be honest. And I'm better at honest than I used to be. Tonight? Sirius said. Tonight, Harry confirmed. They paid for the food, Harry tried to pay, Sirius refused in the way of someone who had spent 12 years unable to buy lunch for anyone and was extremely motivated to remedy this, and walked back into the alley, the evening settling around them, the lamp starting to come on. Sirius, Harry said, as they walked. The money. The 400,000 galleons. He had been sitting with this number since the morning. Where does it go? I mean, when we reclaim everything, when the estate is restored, what do I actually do with it? It goes to the estate vaults, Sirius said. You'll have full access at 17. Before then, as your guardian, I can, he stopped. Then said, more carefully, as your actual guardian, which I'm in the process of formalizing through the courts, I'll have access on your behalf. But Harry, the money it's an instrument. It's a tool for doing things. He glanced at him. What are you thinking? I'm thinking about what Dumbledore used it for, Harry said. Running schools. Funding things. Making things happen. He paused. I want to do something useful with it. Not just, sit on it. Not just have it. He thought about it for another few steps. But that's later. That's after. After we reclaim it, Sirius agreed. After we reclaim it, Harry said. All 23. The burrow at 7 in the evening was the burrow, impossibly tall, impossibly homely, every window lit with the warm amber of a house that was genuinely happy to have people inside it. The garden was doing its eccentric summer thing, gnomes moving through the grass with the confidence of creatures who knew they'd be tossed out again and planned to make the most of the interval, various magical vegetables growing at angles that defied agricultural convention. Harry had been here 100 times and it had always felt like safety. He stood at the gate now and felt something more complicated. Arthur Weasley was in the garden when they arrived. He often was in the evenings, moving between his shed and the vegetable patches with the peaceful distraction of someone who had spent the day surrounded by Ministry paperwork and was very much enjoying not being surrounded by Ministry paperwork. He saw them coming and his face did several things. Sirius, he said. Harry. He looked at Sirius with the expression of someone who had heard about the acquittal and was genuinely, warmly pleased, and then at Harry with the expression of someone who had the distinct sense that the evening was not going to be what he'd been hoping it would be. "Come in." "Molly's, actually," Sirius said, "if it's all right, Arthur, just the garden for a few minutes." Arthur looked at him. He set down what he was holding. "Right," he said. "Right. Yes." They stood in the garden in the long evening light. Harry watched Arthur's face through everything that Sirius said, keeping his own face neutral. Arthur had the quality, as Sirius explained the audit and what it had found so far, of a man who was having something he had perhaps half suspected confirmed in terms more concrete than he had been prepared for. When Sirius named the Wisengamot seat, the Black Seat, passed through ministry channels and granted to Arthur in 1989, Arthur said nothing for a moment. He looked at his own garden. Then he looked at Harry. "I was told it was a vacancy that arose through standard procedure," Arthur said. "A seat that had no eligible heir." He said it quietly, the way people say things they have not yet finished examining. "I was told," he stopped. "I was told by the ministry's allocation committee." "Who was on the allocation committee?" Harry said. Arthur met his eyes. Cornelius Fudge chaired it. "I don't remember the others." He paused. "Harry, I had no idea. I want you to know that. I had no idea who the seat had belonged to or where it had come from." "I know," Harry said. And he did know. He could see it. "I believe you." He paused. "But you're using it. You have been for 6 years." "Yes." Arthur didn't look away. "You'll want it back." "It's part of the reclamation, yes." Arthur nodded once. Something moved through his face, not quite shame, more like grief. "I'll resign the seat immediately. In writing, to Madame Bones. Tonight, if you want." "That would actually help," Sirius said. "The formal resignation before the audit is published makes the process cleaner. It looks like a voluntary correction rather than a forced one. Consider it done." Arthur was quiet for a moment. Then he said, "How many?" 23, Harry said. Arthur closed his eyes briefly. "Open them." "God." He looked at Harry with the expression of a man who was dealing with the particular pain of understanding something he should have questioned earlier. "Your parents' estate. Everything they left you." "Systematically," Harry said. "Over 11 years. By people who knew I'd never come looking because I didn't know there was anything to look for." "Who?" Arthur said. "Some names I'm not ready to say yet," Harry said. "Because the audit isn't complete. But others," he looked at Arthur steadily. "Fudge signed 13 transfers." Arthur's jaw tightened. He was a man who believed in the ministry, had worked for it his entire professional life, had fought through the lean years and the difficult years and the years when people like Arthur Weasley were quietly looked down on by the more ambitious sort, and had kept believing in it because the thing it was supposed to be was worth believing in. Seeing Fudge's name on Harry's stolen inheritance was, Harry suspected, not just personal to Harry. "And Dumbledore?" Arthur said quietly. Harry looked at him. "I'm asking because I want to understand the full shape of it," Arthur said. "Not because I'm going to defend it." 5 transfers. Including the voice. Harry watched Arthur process that. And the charter rights that were funding the Hogwarts Administrative Trust. Arthur sat down on the garden wall. Not dramatically. Just with the weight of someone who had had enough standing up for one evening. He stopped. He's convinced that he's the one holding it all together. The war, the resistance, the protection of people like your family. He's been convinced of that since before I can remember. He looked at the garden. I think he started doing things like this because the cause justified it, and then the cause became the justification for everything, and then after a while he stopped checking whether the justification was still adequate. He paused. That's not an excuse. I know, Harry said. I've been thinking something similar. He pushed off the garden wall where he'd been leaning. I need you to do one more thing, Arthur. Name it. Don't tell Molly yet. Or Ron. He said it carefully. Not because I don't trust them. Because the audit is still running and I don't want information moving before I know the full picture. He paused. There may be more connected to your family that we haven't found yet. I want to have the complete information before anyone in the Weasley household has to deal with it. Arthur looked at him sharply. What do you mean, connected to my family? I don't know yet, Harry said honestly. That's the point. Arthur was quiet for a long moment. In the kitchen window, Harry could see the silhouette of Molly Weasley moving around, and the warm gold of the light inside, and somewhere upstairs the sound of the Weasley twins doing something that was producing an intermittent thumping, which was their natural state. All right, Arthur said. You have my word. They shook hands, which felt formal and right in equal measure, and walked back through the garden gate into the lane outside. The evening was fully dark now, warm and cricket loud. Harry said nothing for a while. Sirius walked beside him without filling the silence, which Harry appreciated more than he would have known how to say. He's a good man, Harry said eventually. He is. It makes it harder, Harry said. The fact that good people were part of it. Knowingly or not. He put his hands in his pockets. If it were all villains it would be simpler. It's never all villains, Sirius said. That's the thing about systems. They don't need everyone to be corrupt. They just need everyone to be comfortable. He glanced at Harry. Arthur was comfortable. He had a seat on the Wisengamot, which was good for his career and his family, and it came with a tidy ministry paperwork story, so he didn't look too hard. He paused. He's not Fudge. He's not Dumbledore. But he's in the picture. And now he knows he is, Harry said. And now he knows. And what he does with that is his to work out. They walked on. The apparition point was at the end of the lane, and in a minute they'd be back at Grimmauld Place and there was still the parchment on the desk with all its careful itemized entries, and tomorrow Ragnarok would have more, and the day after that the full audit would be complete, and then the real work would begin. Sirius, Harry said, just before they reached the end of the lane. Yeah. What happened to my parents' house? In Godric's Hollow. It was destroyed, I know, but the land, the outbuildings, Ragnarok said they were still part of the estate. They are, Sirius said. The ministry put up a monument. Tourists visit it, apparently. Witches and wizards who want to see the place where, he stopped. The land is still yours. The ministry has been maintaining it under a heritage designation but they've no legal right to that designation, as Ragnarok explained. It's the same mechanism they used for the Scottish property. So it's mine, Harry said. It's yours. Harry stood at the end of the lane in the dark. Somewhere in Godric's Hollow there was a house, the shell of a house, the ruin of a house, on land that was his, where his parents had lived and where his mother had died and where something had started that he was still, at 15, in the middle of. He had not been there. Not since he was a baby. Not once. After, he said. When this is done. I want to go. I'll take you, Sirius said, without hesitation and without fuss. The simplicity of it meant more than anything ceremonious would have. They operated back to Grimmauld Place, and the house took them in with its particular dark habitual familiar quality, and Harry went to the study and added 3 more items to the parchment before he went to bed, and when he slept he dreamed of nothing he could remember in the morning, which was unusual enough to feel like something. He woke ready. At 9 the next morning the full audit arrived from Gringotts, 43 pages, itemized and cross-referenced, delivered by a goblin courier who handed it to Sirius with the gravity of someone presenting evidence at a trial and then left without waiting for a response. Sirius brought it to Harry's room. Harry was already at his desk. They read it together. It took 2 hours, and when they finished the parchment covered in Sirius's handwriting had grown considerably, and the number at the top that had been written as a question had been circled twice and underlined and was no longer a question. 23. Confirmed. Complete. Itemized with names and dates and transfer references and financial flows, all of it documented in the particular irreproachable way that Gringotts documented things, which was to say, in the way that made lies very difficult. Harry looked at the number for a long time. Then he looked up and said, "I want to go see him." "Today?" "Today." He stood. "Amelia said to come to her before we made formal claims. So we go to Amelia first. And then," he paused. "I want to write him a letter. I'm not ready to be in the same room yet. But he needs to know we have this." He tapped the audit. "Because right now he thinks he still controls the information. He thinks he still controls what I know." His jaw set. "I want to take that from him. Before anything else." Sirius looked at him for a moment. Then he picked up his cloak. "Write the letter," he said. "Make it short." Harry wrote the letter. It took less than 5 minutes, which was about right. "Professor Dumbledore, the Gringotts audit is complete. I know about all 23. I think we should speak, but on my terms, at a time I will specify. In the meantime, I'd appreciate it if you didn't contact me. I'll contact you. Harry Potter, Lord of the noble and most ancient house of Potter." He sealed it and gave it to the owl and stood at the window and watched it go. Sirius read it over his shoulder. "The lordship at the end," he said. "Deliberate?" "Very," Harry said. Outside, the morning was bright and ordinary and London moved around their ancient house like water around stone, and in Harry's chest something that had been compressed very small for a very long time was slowly, very slowly, beginning to have room. Chapter 3, The Seats. The Wiesengemot convened in emergency session on a Thursday. It was not the session Harry had expected, not yet. The formal reclamation proceedings required 3 days' notice, specific paperwork, and Amelia Bones going through 7 different administrative channels with the focused energy of someone who found bureaucratic obstruction personally offensive. What convened on Thursday was a preliminary status hearing, officially listed as Re. Potter Black Estate Guardianship Dissolution, which was the ministry's way of acknowledging that something significant had happened while making it sound as boring as possible. Harry sat in the gallery above courtroom 10 and watched the chamber fill. He had not been given a seat on the floor. Not yet. That would come with the formal reclamation, when he stood before the Wiesengemot and made his claims in person, with documentation, with Amelia Bones standing beside him and Ragnar's audit in hand. Today he was technically an observer, which meant he was in the gallery with the public, which meant he was sitting in a wooden bench with roughly 40 witches and wizards who had turned up for the spectacle and didn't know it was going to be considerably more spectacular than the official agenda suggested. Sirius was on the floor. He had a right to be there, as the recently exonerated Lord Black, his estate restoration had given him back his hereditary Wiesengemot seat automatically, one of the things goblin intransigence had preserved through the declaration of death nonsense. He was dressed in robes that Harry had never seen him in before, dark grey, properly fitted, with the black family crest stitched at the chest. He looked nothing like the half-starved fugitive from 2 years ago and nothing like the manic, burning presence of the old order photos. He looked like someone who had remembered what he actually was. He sat in the black family seat, 3rd row from the back on the left, and did not look up at the gallery, which they had agreed he wouldn't do because Harry didn't want the room to know he was there until the moment Harry decided to tell it. Cornelius Fudge arrived 7 minutes late and occupied his central chair with the air of a man who was hoping this would be over quickly. Beside him, Amelia Bones sat with her clipboard and her expression. She glanced once at the gallery with the small, controlled quality of someone who has spotted exactly what they were looking for and is choosing not to advertise this fact. Harry watched Fudge. He had been watching Fudge all week, reading back through ministry records, through old prophet articles, through the paper trail and the audit, and what had emerged was not the picture of a calculating criminal but of something in some ways more maddening, a man who had spent 11 years signing documents because they were put in front of him by people he trusted, who had benefited from the system without designing it, and who had never once looked hard enough at what he was endorsing to understand what it meant. 13 signatures. Not malice. Not really. Just a thorough, long-standing unwillingness to be inconvenienced by the implications of his own actions. The session opened with Fudge giving a summary of the audit findings in the careful diplomatic language of someone trying to present catastrophic information as merely unfortunate. He used the phrase administrative irregularities 4 times in 5 minutes. He described the guardianship oversight failures as systemic procedural gaps, which was technically accurate the way calling a flood elevated moisture levels was technically accurate. Several Wiesengemot members shifted in their seats. Several others watched Fudge with the flat expressions of people who had already received Amelia Bones's separate briefing and were measuring the distance between what Fudge was saying and what had actually happened. Then Dumbledore spoke. He was in his chief warlock's chair, at the head of the chamber, in his half-moon spectacles and his robes of deep blue, and he spoke with the measured, sorrowful authority of someone who has had time to prepare a narrative and has done so very carefully. He acknowledged that the estate audit had revealed irregularities. He used the word too, Harry noticed. He expressed his personal concern for Harry's well-being. He noted that some of the transfers in question had been made in Harry's best interests at the time, with the information available, in the context of a wizarding war whose memory the chamber would of course recall. He said that he welcomed the audit's conclusions and would cooperate fully with whatever process of rectification was deemed appropriate. He said it all beautifully. Harry could hear, underneath the beauty of it, the architecture of it, the way each sentence was positioned to preemptively answer questions, to frame the conversation in terms of good intentions poorly executed rather than systematic theft, to land gently in the chamber and make everyone feel that this was a matter being responsibly handled by responsible people. He was very, very good. Sirius, in the 3rd row, had gone very still. Then Griselda Marchbanks, who was 90-something years old and had been on the Wiesengemot longer than anyone else alive and cared about approximately nothing except the correct function of wizarding law, said, "Chief Warlock, perhaps you could explain specifically why the voice of House Potter was transferred to your own administrative office." The chamber went slightly quieter. Dumbledore looked at her with the expression of patient acknowledgement. "A fair question, Griselda. The voice designation had been dormant since the deaths of James and Lily Potter and it couldn't be dormant," Marchbanks said. "It's an inheritable right. Dormancy requires formal declaration by the holder. The holder was a child in ministry guardianship." She peered at him through her spectacles. "You were his guardian." "One of several, yes, so you, as one of his guardians, approved the transfer of a right that you, as his guardian, were obligated to protect, to an office that you yourself hold." She said it without particular heat. Just with the clarity of someone stating a geometric proof. "I'm struggling to understand how that is an irregularity rather than a conflict of interest." The chamber was now the kind of quiet that meant everyone was paying very careful attention. Fudge cleared his throat. "I think we should, perhaps this specific discussion is better suited to." Harry stood up. He stood up in the gallery and every head in the chamber turned upward and there was a sound that was not quite a gasp and not quite silence but something in between, the acoustic quality of 80-something people simultaneously revising what they thought was happening today. "Lord Potter," Amelia Bones said, and it was not a question. It was an introduction. Harry looked down at the chamber floor. He found Dumbledore's face and held it for a moment, the old man looking up at him, expression unreadable from this distance but the quality of his stillness communicating something. Then Harry looked at the chamber at large. "I'd like permission to address the floor," Harry said. His voice was level and it carried. "As the subject of the estate in question." Fudge opened his mouth. "Lord Potter has the right to address this chamber under Wiesengemot Charter Section 12, Amelia said, before Fudge could get more than a breath out. "Any witch or wizard whose legal standing is directly under review may address the full chamber." She looked at Fudge. Minister. Fudge looked at the chamber, which was watching him. He looked at Amelia, who was watching him with the monocle expression. He looked up at Harry, who was watching him with no particular expression at all. Granted, Fudge said. Harry came down from the gallery. The walk down the stairs and through the door that opened onto the chamber floor took about 90 seconds. Harry used them to let the room settle, let the murmuring that had started when he stood up run its course, let the attention in the room crystallize, let people's expectations establish themselves so he could then do something different from what they expected. He had not planned a speech. He had decided not to, deliberately, because Dumbledore made speeches and speeches were a way of controlling information, and what Harry wanted to do was not control information. He wanted to ask questions. He stopped on the floor of the chamber. He did not stand at the speaker's podium, which was the formal position and would have put him below and subordinate to the chief warlock's chair. He stood slightly to the side of it, which meant he was addressing the chamber laterally, as an equal, or as close to an equal as his current formal standing allowed. Madam Marchbanks raised a useful question, Harry said. I have a few more. He looked around the chamber, not hurrying. I've read the full Gringotts audit. All 43 pages. I've been through it twice. He paused. The audit is available to every member of this chamber. Madam Bones has copies. I'd encourage everyone to read it in full, because I think some of what I'm about to describe will surprise people who haven't. Several members were already looking at Amelia. She was distributing copies from her clipboard with the efficiency of someone who had prepared exactly this many and knew exactly where each one was going. The transfers documented in that audit did not happen all at once, Harry said. They happened over 11 years. They happened through multiple ministry offices, under multiple authorizations, spread across multiple categories of assets so that no single piece of it would look remarkable. He paused. Someone understood that the best way to take 23 things from a child was to do it slowly. The chamber was absolutely still. I'm not going to name everyone responsible today, Harry said. Because the audit has been in Madam Bones's formal review for less than 48 hours and I want to make sure any action I take is based on complete information. He looked at Fudge. What I am going to do is formally invoke Section 44 of the Guardianship and Estate Act. As the adult ward, I turn 17 in July of next year, and wizarding majority is reached upon formal lordship claim regardless of age, per the Noble Houses Act of 1847. I am formally and publicly claiming the Potter Lordship and all associated titles, rights, properties, and holdings as of today. He reached into his jacket and produced a letter. Ragnarok had prepared it. It was one page, and it was dense with formal language that Harry understood was doing very specific and important legal work. This is the formal lordship claim, signed by myself and countersigned by Ragnarok of Gringotts, Harry said. I'm submitting it to the chamber. I'm also submitting a separate motion, which Madam Bones's office has reviewed and approved for submission, requesting that the chamber vote on the restoration of all 23 titles and holdings to the Potter estate, with all accrued financial entitlements, within 14 days. He set the letter on the speaker's podium. The motion text is in the audit package you've all just received. Fudge was staring at him. Several other members were staring at him. A few were already reading the audit with the focused urgency of people seeing something for the first time. Dumbledore had not moved. His hands were folded on the desk in front of him and his expression was the careful, sorrowful one from before, but his eyes were different. Harry couldn't have said exactly how. Older, maybe. More awake to the situation. I have one question for the chamber, Harry said. He looked at the chief warlock's chair. I'd specifically like an answer from the current holder of the voice of House Potter, since he's here and it seems efficient. He held Dumbledore's gaze. The voice was transferred to the office of the chief warlock in 1989, and was used 4 times in legislative sessions over the following years. The Curriculum Regulation on Defense Education. The Dementor Sanctioning Protocol. The Under-17 Magical Restriction Act. He paused. "And a motion in 1992 extending the ministry guardianship of my estate for a further 5 years, past the standard review date." He let that sit for a moment. Were those legislative outcomes, the passage of those 4 motions, would they have been achieved without the additional voting weight of the Potter voice? Silence. Dumbledore said, quietly, "The curriculum regulation, please answer the question I asked," Harry said. "Not aggressively. Just specifically." The chamber was watching Dumbledore. Dumbledore looked at Harry with the expression of a man being asked to choose between several kinds of honesty and finding none of them comfortable. "Possibly not," he said. The motions were close. "Thank you," Harry said. He turned back to the chamber. "I'm done. The motion text is in your packets. I'd appreciate a vote within 14 days. He picked up the lordship claim letter from the podium, since it had been registered on the record and he didn't need to leave it. "Good morning." He walked back through the door, up the stairs, and back into the gallery, and sat down, and did not do anything theatrical like look at his hands or stare at the ceiling. He just sat. Below, the chamber erupted. Amelia found them in the corridor outside the courtroom 40 minutes later, when the session had broken into what could only be described as a controlled detonation of political conversation. "That," she said, and stopped, and then appeared to decide that further comment was unnecessary. "Did it work?" Sirius said. "The motion is on the record." The 14-day clock started the moment he submitted the claim. She looked at Harry. "I didn't know you were going to ask him directly." "About the voice." "I didn't decide until I heard him talking," Harry said. "It was effective," she said, which was the highest praise Amelia Bones appeared to give. "Marchbanks is going to be useful. She's been watching Dumbledore accumulate procedural power for 40 years and she's never liked it. Several others are going to be useful because they're worried about their own positions." She paused. "2 members have already asked me privately whether their names appear in the audit." "Do they?" Sirius said. "Not the primary transfer signatures. But there are secondary beneficiaries in the financial flows, the charter rights generated income that moved through various channels, and some of those channels go to people in that room." She looked at her clipboard. "This is where it gets complicated." "It already seems fairly complicated," Harry said. "More complicated," she corrected. "The motion will pass, I'm confident of that. There are too many people in that chamber who need to be on the right side of this before the audit is publicly released, and voting for restoration is the easiest way to be on the right side." She paused. "But Dumbledore is going to move." "Not today. Today he took the hit and absorbed it, which he did well, I'll give him that. But he's going to reframe this. I'd expect him to reach out to you within the next few days." "I told him not to contact me," Harry said. "I know. He'll respect that for about 72 hours. She made a note. "Also, there's a reporter from the Prophet who was in the gallery. The session was technically public. The story will be in tomorrow's edition." "What will it say?" Sirius said. "Whatever sells the most copies," she said, with the tired pragmatism of someone who had long since given up expecting better from the press. "The key facts are correct. Potter reclaims lordship, submits audit motion, asks Chief Warlock pointed question in open session. The framing will depend on who the reporter talks to tonight." She looked at them. "I'd suggest someone talks to them first." "Not me," Harry said immediately. "You specifically," she said. "The Prophet's readers have spent 4 years reading stories about you. They don't know what to make of you. If you give them something real, a statement, a comment, anything, it lands differently than anything I or Sirius say." She held his gaze. "You don't have to make a speech. You don't have to be diplomatic. Just be honest." Harry thought about this for a moment. "Brief and honest," he said. "Briefer the better." "Fine." He thought for another moment. "Tell them, Tell the reporter that I've spent 15 years being told my family's history by people who had reasons to control what I knew. That I'm claiming what was my parents' and my grandparents' and 8 generations of Potters before that. And that I expect the Wiesengemot to do its job." He paused. "That's it." Amelia wrote it down. She looked at what she'd written. "Yes," she said. "That will do." The Daily Prophet the next morning had Harry on the front page for the first time since the Triwizard Tournament, and this time Rita Skeeter was not involved because Rita Skeeter was still, technically, in violation of an unregistered animagus agreement that Hermione had negotiated and was not inclined to test. The reporter was a younger witch named Elspeth Crane who wrote, it turned out, in clean declarative sentences without the editorial dramatics that characterized most Prophet coverage, and the piece read more like journalism than Harry had known the Prophet was capable of. Potter claims lordship, submits estate motion. The headline read, followed in smaller type by Gringotts Audit reveals systematic transfer of 23 holdings over 11 years. The article reported the facts. The audit. The motion. Harry's statement. Marchbanks's question to Dumbledore and Dumbledore's answer. The number 23 appeared in the 3rd paragraph, and the word systematic and minor child appeared in the 4th, and after that the article became the kind of thing that was very hard to argue with because it contained almost nothing but verifiable facts arranged in chronological order. Harry read it at the kitchen table at Grimmauld Place over tea, with Sirius across from him reading the same paper at a different pace, and outside the summer morning was doing its best work on the city. "Malfoy sent a letter," Sirius said, without looking up. "I know. It's the 3rd one in the pile." Harry had already sorted the morning's correspondence by sender. The pile was unexpectedly large. "What does he want?" "To meet." Sirius turned a page. "He's framed it as a congratulatory note and a request for a conversation between the heads of 2 ancient families, but Lucius Malfoy doesn't write congratulatory notes. He writes calculations dressed up as social gestures. What does he get out of this? A Potter who controls 23 lordships and their associated Wiesengemot weight is either an asset or a threat. He's trying to find out which." Sirius set the paper down. "He's also probably trying to find out how much of the audit touches his family's interests, because the Malfoys have various, let's call them interconnected financial arrangements with ministry figures, and if those arrangements appear in the secondary beneficiary flows, do they? I haven't got that far in the audit yet." Sirius looked at him. "Don't answer Malfoy." "I wasn't going to answer Malfoy." Harry moved the letter to the side. "There's a letter from Hermione." He said it in the particular tone of someone who had been aware of this letter for 20 minutes and had been thinking about it. Hermione Granger was his best friend. She had been his best friend since first year. She was also, as she had been demonstrating since approximately the age of 12, someone who moved through information the way a river moved through stone, constantly, with great force, finding every crack. She had read about the audit in the Prophet, and Harry knew without opening the letter that she had immediately gone and found every relevant legal text, every piece of historical precedent, every related statute, and had probably written a summary. He opened the letter. It was 4 pages. He read it. She had found the legal precedents he expected. She had, in fact, found 3 he hadn't. She had also found something else. She mentioned it on the 3rd page, in the particular careful way that Hermione deployed when she had discovered something that troubled her and was not yet sure what to do with it. "Harry, I found something in the Hogwarts, a history appendix that I don't think is widely known." In 1989, the same year the Voice was transferred, the Hogwarts Board of Governors approved a revision to the school's founding charter. The revision was procedural on its face. It changed the mechanism by which the Chief Warlock could act as the school's emergency administrative authority. Before 1989, the Chief Warlock could only intervene in school governance if the full board voted for it. After the revision, the Chief Warlock could act unilaterally in what were termed extraordinary circumstances. I checked who submitted the revision. It was submitted by the Ministry's Educational Oversight Office. The motion to approve it was supported by the voice of House Potter, which had been transferred to Dumbledore's office 3 months earlier. I don't know what this means exactly. But I think it means he gave himself the ability to override the school's board. I think I know why. In 1992, when Lucius Malfoy led the board to attempt to dismiss Dumbledore as headmaster, he was able to resist the dismissal. The board needed a full majority to remove him, and Dumbledore was able to argue that under the revised charter the Chief Warlock's authority superseded the board's in extraordinary circumstances. He used a right he'd taken from your family to protect his own position at Hogwarts. I'm sorry, Harry. I know this is a lot. Harry put the letter down. What? Sirius said. Harry slid the 3rd page across the table. Sirius read it. His expression did several things, some of them colorful. Then he set it down and looked at the ceiling for a moment. So he used the voice, Sirius said, to change the Hogwarts charter, which then let him use the Chief Warlock authority to override the board, which then meant Malfoy couldn't get him fired. He paused. He protected his position at Hogwarts with power he took from you. And if he'd been dismissed, Harry said slowly, working through it, in 1992, 2nd year. If he'd been fired then, he wouldn't have been there 3rd year. He wouldn't have been there to be involved in any of the things. He stopped. He was thinking about Sirius, in the Shrieking Shack, and Dumbledore sending them back in time, and all the moments in the last 5 years where Dumbledore had been the one to make critical decisions about Harry's safety. He engineered staying at Hogwarts. He made himself impossible to remove. So he could keep being the one in charge of you, Sirius said. The kitchen was quiet. Right back to Hermione, Harry said. Tell her to keep looking. He stood up and moved to the window. Outside, the London summer was proceeding without particular regard for the things happening in this house. And tell her thank you. And tell her I want to meet. Here. In 3 days. He paused. Tell her to bring Ron if she wants to. I'll deal with Ron. What do you mean, you'll deal with Ron? Ron's going to have feelings about this, Harry said. His dad lost a seat. His mum, he stopped. We still don't have the full picture on Molly. But I know Ron, and I know he's going to want to defend his family, and I'm going to need to talk to him directly before he hears it from somewhere else. He looked at Sirius. Hermione first though. She finds things I don't know how to look for. Sirius looked at him for a long moment. You're managing this like a campaign, he said. Not critically. Just observationally. Is that bad? No. Sirius picked up his tea. It's very much your father. Harry turned back to the window. Something in the set of his shoulders changed, a slight softness, quickly controlled, like a door opened and then gently closed. Tell me more about that sometime, he said. Not now. But sometime. Every day you want, Sirius said. 3 days later the Wisengamot published the agenda for the formal reclamation hearing, scheduled for the following Tuesday. The same morning, letters arrived from 7 different members of old wizarding families requesting meetings with Lord Potter. 2 of them were names Harry knew, Longbottom and Greengrass, and 5 were people he'd never heard of but whose family names appeared, when Sirius checked, on the list of families who held Wisengamot seats that would be affected by the restoration of the Potter voting weight. They were choosing sides. This is the part, Sirius said, sorting through the letters, where it stops being a legal case and starts being politics. It was always both, Harry said. More overtly, then. He set the Longbottom letter aside. Augusta Longbottom is someone worth talking to. She has 7 votes on the Wisengamot through various family holdings and she has despised ministry overreach since about 1975. If she decides to back this formally, invite her, Harry said. Day after tomorrow, if she's available. He was at the desk in the study, where he had been since early morning, going through the audit's appendices, the secondary financial flows, the beneficiary networks, the long chains of transactions that Ragnar had traced through accounts and intermediaries. He had been looking for the thing Hermione had spotted the instinct of, the thread that when you pulled it would bring the structural picture into focus. He found it at just past 11. "Sirius," he said. Sirius was by the window. He came to the desk. Harry pointed to a line in the appendix. An account number. A recurring transfer, quarterly, modest in size, small enough to be unremarkable in isolation, from a subholding of the Educational Trust of Albion to a Gringotts account registered under a number rather than a name, which was legal but unusual. Beside it, in Ragnar's careful notation, was a single line, account holder identified as M. Weasley, née Pruitt. Sirius stared at it. Harry stared at it. "Molly," Sirius said. "Quarterly payments," Harry said. "4, he's marked the period, from 1990 to present." He did the arithmetic in his head. 19 payments. 60 galleons each. He looked up. 1,140 galleons. He sat back. "What is that for? What's the justification?" Sirius looked at the annotation more carefully. "There's a reference code. MGA 7. He found the key at the back of the appendix. MGA, Magical Guardianship Administration. Subcode 7. He found the subcode definition. He read it. He closed his eyes for a moment. "What?" Harry said. "Subcode 7, Sirius said, is informal guardian supplementary support payments." He opened his eyes. It was a ministry program. When a minor ward had informal caregivers, people who hosted the child, looked after them during holidays, provided family support, the ministry could authorize supplementary payments to those caregivers from the estate. He paused. It was supposed to cover genuine expenses. Food, accommodation, that sort of thing. "So Molly was being paid," Harry said slowly, "from my estate, for having me at the Burrow during summers." "Yes." For what? 2 weeks? 3 weeks a summer? "At 60 galleons a quarter," Sirius said. "Since 1990. Since you were 10 years old." He set the audit down. "Harry. I don't know if she knew where the money came from." "She accepted it," Harry said. "Quarterly. For 6 years." He was very quiet. "She knew there was money coming from somewhere connected to my situation. She might not have known the mechanism, but she knew." He stopped. He looked at the desk. "She was kind to me. She is kind to me. She treats me like..." He stopped again. Looked at his hands. "Sirius. Does it mean she was only kind to me because..." "No," Sirius said, firmly and immediately. "That is not what it means. It means she was being compensated for a genuine expense while also being genuinely kind. Those are not mutually exclusive." He was watching Harry with the careful attention of someone who understood that this particular piece of information was more personally loaded than the rest. "Molly Weasley loves you. Whatever else is true about these payments, her affection for you is real. I would stake everything on it." Harry was quiet for a long time. "But Arthur didn't know about the seat," he said eventually. "He didn't know it was mine. That was clear when we talked to him." He looked at the audit entry. "Did Molly know where the money came from? We need to ask her." "Yes," Harry said. "We do." He rolled up the appendix. "But we need to ask her properly. In person. Just us and her." He paused. "And we need to do it before the Prophet gets hold of this, because if the secondary beneficiary data gets out before we've talked to the Weasleys directly..." He didn't finish the sentence, but the implication was clear. If the Weasley family found out about it from a newspaper rather than from Harry, it would damage something that Harry was not willing to damage. "I'll send an owl," Sirius said. "Tonight," Harry said. Sirius picked up his quill. What do you want the letter to say? Harry thought about Molly Weasley's kitchen, and the sound of her voice, and the way she had hugged him at the end of every summer with the wholehearted fierceness of someone who never did things by halves. He thought about how that hug had felt, for a boy who grew up without them. Just say I need to talk to her, Harry said. That it's about the audit and it's important and it's not something I want her to hear from anyone else. He paused. And tell her I'm not angry at her. He paused again. Tell her that because it's true. He didn't know for certain that it was completely true. But it was true enough to send. Tuesday arrived the way important days arrived, quietly, with the same unremarkable morning light as any other day, as if the calendar had no idea what it was in for. Harry dressed carefully. Not formally, exactly, he was not going to appear before the Wisengamot in the kind of robes that announced he was trying, that would make him look like he was performing an idea of himself. He wore good robes, well made, in a dark color that sat simply, and on the left breast the Potter crest that Sirius had applied by an embroidery charm the night before, not ostentatious, not overstated, just present. He and Sirius arrived at the ministry at 8:30. Amelia met them in the corridor outside courtroom 10. Full chamber, she said. 87 members. Augusta Longbottom is in the front row, which means she decided before she walked in. She handed Harry a roll of parchment. Motion text. You'll present it yourself, I'll support from the floor, Sirius will second. The formal lordship claim has already been entered into the record from Thursday's session, so today is purely the motion. Who's opposing? Harry said. Formally, no one has lodged opposition. She paused. Which doesn't mean there won't be procedural challenges from the floor. There will be. Mostly from people trying to negotiate terms, slow it down, add conditions, extract something in exchange for support. She looked at him. Don't negotiate today. Make them vote. I won't negotiate, Harry said. Good. She paused. Dumbledore will be in his chair. He hasn't withdrawn from the session. Harry absorbed this. He's going to let the vote happen. He has to. He can't oppose it openly, the documentation is too complete and too public. He'll vote for it and look cooperative. She paused. Then he'll try to manage what comes after. Let him try, Harry said. She looked at him for a moment. Then she nodded and moved toward the door. The chamber was full. The energy in it was the particular energy of a room full of people who all know something significant is about to happen and have come to see it rather than just hear about it afterward. Harry walked in from the floor entrance, not the gallery this time, but the chamber floor itself, and the chamber's ambient noise dropped by about 40%, which was approximately as satisfying as he'd expected it to be. He stood at the speaker's podium. He looked at the chamber. He looked at Dumbledore, in his chair, watching with the careful attentiveness of someone watching a thing they cannot stop. He looked at Sirius in the black family seat, who gave him a look that said nothing loudly and everything quietly. He looked at the parchment in his hand. Then he set it on the podium. The motion before this chamber is straightforward, he said. I'm not going to make this long. He looked around the room. 23 titles, lordships, charter rights, and associated holdings were removed from the Potter estate over 11 years through a series of authorized transfers. Authorized by ministry officials who were obligated by law to protect the estate they were administering. Those transfers were systematic, they were deliberate, and they produced concrete benefits for the parties involved. He paused. The Gringotts audit is in your hands. The financial evidence is in your hands. I'm asking this chamber to vote for the immediate restoration of everything documented in that audit. All 23. All associated financial entitlements. All accrued value. He looked at the room. I'm asking you to do your job. He stepped back from the podium. The vote took 22 minutes. There were, as Amelia had predicted, procedural challenges, 3 members raised motions to delay, 1 raised a motion to form a review committee, 1 very creative member tried to suggest that certain transfers might have been valid under wartime emergency provisions, which Marchbanks dismissed so thoroughly that the member did not speak again for the rest of the session. When the final tally was called, the motion passed by 61 votes to 26. Dumbledore voted for it. The sound that went through the chamber was not exactly applause and not exactly silence, but something that had qualities of both, a collective exhalation, the sound of a thing having happened and the room adjusting to its new shape. Harry stood on the chamber floor and felt the moment settle around him. Sirius was looking at him from the black family seat with an expression that Harry couldn't entirely read from this distance, but which had in it something that looked like it might, if given time and a quieter room, become something close to undone. Harry looked at the chamber, at Marchbanks in her seat looking satisfied, at Amelia making notes, at the 26 who had voted against making their faces careful, at Dumbledore in his chair holding Harry's gaze with the expression of a man fully acknowledging something he cannot argue with, and said nothing else, because nothing else was needed. He walked out of the chamber. Sirius caught up with him in the corridor. They walked in silence for a moment, the way they were developing the habit of doing, comfortable with it, not needing to fill it. Then Sirius said, "All 23. Working on it," Harry said. "No. I mean," Sirius stopped walking. Harry stopped. The vote was for all 23. Full restoration. They voted yes. He looked at Harry. It passed. Harry looked at him. "I know," he said. "I was there." "I know you were there." Sirius let out a breath. "I'm saying it because I want to hear it out loud. We've spent 4 days in this building talking about what we're going to do, and I want to just," he stopped. He ran a hand through his hair. It passed. Something in Harry's chest did something that he didn't entirely have vocabulary for. He thought of his parents. He thought of 8 generations. He thought of a vault at Gringotts and a voice that had been silenced and 23 things that had been taken so carefully that no one was ever supposed to notice. "It passed," he said. "Now let's go see what he does next." The ministry corridor stretched out ahead of them, full of witches and wizards going about their days, and somewhere above them the golden fountain was catching its artificial light, and somewhere in an office in this building Cornelius Fudge was beginning to understand that his 11 years of comfortable signatures had just become his most significant problem, and somewhere beyond the ministry walls a complicated old man was adjusting his understanding of what was still possible. Harry Potter walked through it all with Sirius at his shoulder and thought, 23. All of them. Chapter 4. The name's Molly Weasley was already in the kitchen when they arrived. She had been baking, which was what Molly did when she was anxious. The kitchen at Grimmauld Place smelled of something with cinnamon and the particular quality of a woman who had spent the better part of the morning putting her hands to work so her mind would have somewhere to put itself. She turned when Harry and Sirius came through the door, and her face did what Molly's face always did when she saw Harry, it opened. Completely. No artifice in it. Just a woman who loved him, visible and immediate. Harry felt the complication of that settle into him. "Sit down," she said, and gestured at the table, and then immediately started pouring tea without asking if they wanted any because with Molly Weasley the tea was not optional. She set a plate of something in the center of the table and sat across from them with her hands folded and her eyes clear and the particular quality of someone who has decided that the only way through a difficult thing is directly. "You got my letter," Harry said. "I got your letter," she said. "And I read the prophet." She looked at him steadily. "And I've been sitting with both of them for 3 days." She paused. "I was going to come to you sooner but I didn't want to. I didn't know if you wanted," she stopped. Tried again. "I wanted to wait until you were ready." "I'm ready," Harry said. She nodded. She was quiet for a moment. Outside the kitchen window the London summer was doing its small domestic work, pigeons, cloud light, a distant sound of traffic, and the house around them was still. "I received the first payment in January of 1990, she said. Through a ministry owl. The letter that came with it was from the Magical Guardianship Administration Bureau. It said that as an informal caregiver to Harry Potter during holiday periods, I was entitled to supplementary support payments to offset expenses. It gave a reference number and an account. I thought, she stopped. I thought it was a sensible thing. We had you for 2 weeks in the summer. Feeding 6 children and an extra it adds up. And I thought it came from the ministry. I thought it was just, she looked at her hands. I thought it was just what the ministry did for children in guardianship situations. Did you know it came from my estate? Harry said. No. She met his eyes. Harry, I swear to you. I thought it was a ministry budget. I thought it was government money. Her voice was steady but only through effort. If I had known it came from your parents' estate, if I had known it was your money, I would never have accepted it. Not 1 penny. She paused. Not because I don't need it. We do need it. But because it was yours. Harry looked at her. He had been looking at her for the last minute with the particular quality of attention he'd been developing over the past week, the kind that wasn't looking for guilt or innocence but simply for the true shape of something. She wasn't lying. He had known she wasn't lying before he came, if he was honest with himself. The audit entry was 60 galleons a quarter. Molly Weasley was a woman who stretched every galleon to its absolute limit because she had to, who repaired rather than replaced, who fed 8 people on a budget that most wizarding households wouldn't have considered adequate for 2. 60 galleons every 3 months was not the payment of a conspiracy. It was the payment of a ministry program that had been designed, Harry suspected, to create exactly this kind of innocent entanglement. If the audit ever came to light, there would be Weasley money in the financial flows. That connection, however innocent, would complicate Harry's relationships, would complicate the Weasley family standing, would give people reasons to question loyalties. It was elegant, in a deeply unpleasant way. I believe you, Harry said. Molly let out a breath. It was not a dramatic exhalation, it was very small and very real, the kind of breath that is the physical form of relief. The money will come back to the estate as part of the restoration, Harry said. Not from you, from the Bureau's records, through ministry channels. You won't owe anything. He paused. I'm telling you this because I want you to know it's handled and I want you to know that none of what happened changes, it doesn't change how I think about you or about your house. He said this carefully but directly. What your family did for me was real. I know the difference. Molly looked at him for a long moment. Then she said, in a voice that was doing its level best to remain even, you're 15 years old. People keep saying that, Harry said. I say it because I watched you grow up and I know what 15 is supposed to look like, she said, and you have never looked like it. Something moved through her expression, not pity, nothing so condescending as that. Something more like grief on his behalf. Your parents would have, she stopped. Started again. Your mother would have been so proud of you. Lily was exactly like this. Exactly. She could walk into a room full of adults and make them feel like they'd been assessed. She paused. She had your eyes. Or you have hers. I always thought of it the other way round. Harry said nothing. He let the moment be what it was. Sirius, who had been quietly present through all of this, said, Molly. Arthur told you about the seat? He did. She folded her hands tighter. He submitted the resignation letter to Madame Bones the same night he talked to you. He was up until 2 in the morning writing it. She paused. He didn't sleep well either. Is he all right? Harry said. He will be, Molly said. Arthur is the kind of man who finds it easier to do the right thing than to live with having not done it. The resignation hurt. This, she gestured at the table, at the general situation. This hurts. But he'll be better for having it, be honest. She looked at Harry. What about Ron? I want to tell him myself, Harry said. Today, if he's around. He's at the burrow. She paused. He knows something's happening. He's read the prophet, obviously. She chose her words. He's been very determinedly not asking questions, which for Ron means he's thinking about it very hard. I know, Harry said. He did know. He knew Ron Weasley's modes of processing difficult things, the loud ones and the silent ones, and this had all the characteristics of a silent one, which were always the more serious kind. Ron being loud about something meant he was reacting. Ron being quiet about something meant he was deciding what he thought, which was a more considered and therefore more final process. I'll go to the burrow this afternoon, Harry said. If that's all right. You don't need to ask permission to come to your second home, Molly said, firmly, and then stood up and began clearing the tea things with the purpose of someone who needed to do something with her hands. Harry stood too. He looked at her, this woman with her red hair and her practical robes and the cinnamon smell of her anxiety baking, and stepped around the table and hugged her, which surprised her enough that she went still for a moment before hugging him back very hard. Thank you, he said. For the meals and the summers and the Weasley jumpers. She made a sound against the top of his head that was not quite words. Even the maroon ones, he added. She laughed, which was the correct and necessary thing, and let him go, and turned back to the kitchen counter before either of them could see the other's expression go somewhere too complicated to manage gracefully. The burrow in the afternoon was the burrow, chickens, gnomes, the implausible structural confidence of a building that should not be standing but had decided to do so out of sheer habit. Harry came through the garden gate and found Ron sitting on the back steps doing nothing in particular, which for Ron was the physical manifestation of deep thought. He looked up when Harry came around the corner. His expression was doing several things at once. Hey, he said. Hey, Harry said. He sat on the steps beside him. They sat for a moment. A gnome moved through the vegetable patch with ponderous dignity. The chickens made their chicken sounds. Somewhere inside the house one of the twins was involved in something that produced an intermittent smell of burning rubber. Dad told me about the seat, Ron said. Right. And Mum told me about the payments. Just now, before you got here. He was looking at the garden. She wanted me to hear it from her first. That was good of her. Yeah. Ron was quiet. I'm trying to work out what to do with it, you know? Because it's my family and you're my best friend and those aren't, they don't, he stopped. Tried again. They shouldn't be in conflict but they feel like they are. They're not, Harry said. Your dad didn't know. Your mum thought it was ministry money. Neither of them did this. He paused. Someone used your family. The same way they used everyone else, carefully, in small amounts, in ways that were individually explicable. He looked at Ron. I'm not angry at your family. I need you to hear that. Ron looked at him sideways. You're not angry at them but you are angry at someone. Several someones, yes. Dumbledore, Ron said. Not a question. His signature is on 5 transfers, Harry said. He was my co-guardian. He was supposed to protect the estate. He paused. He was using my family's money to fund things he wanted, and using my family's voice to push through policies he wanted, and using my family's legal rights to entrench his own position. And the whole time he was telling me that he was protecting me and I believed him because, he stopped. Because he's very good at being believed. Ron was quiet. He was the kind of quiet that wasn't vacancy, it was processing. Do you think he ever actually cared? About you? Or was it all, he cared, Harry said. I think he genuinely cared. He picked a stem of grass from the step beside him. That's the part one keep coming back to. Because if it were simple, if he just didn't care, it would be easier to deal with. But he does care. He just also decided that his judgment about what was best for me was more important than my right to know what was mine. He paused. He decided that for 15 years and nobody stopped him because nobody looked. Until Sirius demanded the audit, Ron said. Until Sirius demanded the audit, Harry agreed. Ron let out a breath. He looked at Harry properly for the first time since Harry had sat down. "What do you need from me?" Harry looked at him. Ron Weasley at 15 was not a complicated person in the sense that his inner life was not difficult to read. He felt things loudly and wore them on his face and occasionally said exactly the wrong thing because he had not yet finished the thought he had started. But he was also, in the ways that counted, deeply and stubbornly loyal. He had walked into a chamber full of giant chess pieces. He had gone into the Department of Mysteries. He complained, and he got scared, and he could be stupid about things, and he was one of the best people Harry had ever known. "Same thing as always," Harry said. "Be in my corner." "Obviously," Ron said, as if this required no deliberation, which was the correct answer. They sat on the steps for a few more minutes while a gnome attempted to extract a carrot from the vegetable patch with more determination than success, and then Ron said, "You want to eat?" And Harry said, "Yes," and they went inside to the noise and warmth of the Weasley kitchen and Molly fed them both like she always had, and the complicated thing was not simple, but it was manageable, which was enough. Hermione arrived at Grimmauld Place 2 days later with a bag so full of books and notes that it appeared to be operating at maximum structural capacity, and she sat down at the study desk and produced from it, in rapid succession, her original 4-page letter with annotations, a supplementary document she had written since sending the letter, 2 books she had brought for reference, a scroll of parchment covered in a color-coded chart that Harry had a feeling was going to be useful and intimidating in equal measure, and a look of focused intensity that said she had been waiting to discuss this in person for approximately 48 hours and was not going to be patient about it for much longer. "The Hogwarts charter thing," Harry said. "Tell me more." She told him more. It took an hour and involved the 2 reference books and the chart, but the substance of it was this: in 1989, when Dumbledore used the voice of House Potter to revise the Hogwarts founding charter, he had done something that looked procedurally minor but was structurally significant. He had not just given himself the ability to override the board in emergencies. He had embedded within the revision a clause that made the Chief Warlock, by virtue of the office, the permanent de facto guardian of Hogwarts School's founding interests. Which meant that as long as Dumbledore held the Chief Warlock position, he had a formal interest in the school's governance that was separate from and senior to his role as headmaster. "It's a belt and suspenders arrangement," Hermione said, which was a Muggle idiom she had clearly picked up from her parents and which made Sirius snort from the corner. He was already headmaster, which gave him day-to-day control. But a headmaster can be dismissed, the board can vote to remove a headmaster. As Chief Warlock with the Guardian designation, he had a second layer of protection. To remove him from the school, you'd need to remove him from both positions simultaneously. And removing the Chief Warlock is an entirely different process from dismissing a headmaster. It requires a full Wisengamot vote, a supermajority, and it hasn't been done in living memory. "So he's effectively impossible to remove," Harry said. "From both positions, yes. Without a coordinated effort that would have to happen through multiple channels simultaneously." She paused. "And it only worked because of the voice. Without the voice's voting weight, the charter revision doesn't pass the board." She looked at the chart. "I mapped out what the board vote would have looked like without it. It would have failed by 2 votes. "Who were the 2 votes?" Sirius said. Hermione pointed to 2 names on her chart. Harry looked at them. Neither was a name he immediately recognized. "Longbottom and Bones," she said. Augusta Longbottom and Amelia Bones's predecessor as DMLE head, who also held a board seat. "He was going to lose the vote," Harry said slowly. "Without the voice, the charter revision fails, the board retains full authority over the school, and in 1992 when Malfoy moves to have him dismissed, he gets dismissed," Hermione said. Malfoy had enough board votes in 1992. The revision is the only reason the dismissal failed. She closed the reference book. Harry, he needed the voice before 1992. He knew Malfoy was building a coalition against him, that was visible from as early as 1988. He took your voice in 1989 specifically because he knew he was going to need it to defend his position at Hogwarts. He took it, Harry said, because Malfoy was coming for his job. And because Malfoy wanted to install someone more sympathetic, Sirius said. This came out in the careful tone of someone choosing words to avoid saying darker ones. Malfoy's coalition on the board in 1992 was not putting together a reform panel. They wanted Hogwarts back under Death Eater influence. I know, Harry said. I'm not, he stopped. I understand why he felt he needed to do something. I understand that the outcome he was preventing was genuinely bad. He was quiet for a moment. That doesn't make it his to take. No, Hermione said, simply. He made himself the solution to a problem and then made himself the only one who could solve it, Harry said. And to do that he needed resources he didn't have legitimately. So he took them. He looked at the chart. The voice. The charter rights. The curriculum regulation. He paused. What was the curriculum regulation actually about? I know what it did, made defense more theoretical. But why? Hermione had clearly been thinking about this already because she answered without hesitating. I have a theory. The defense curriculum revision de-emphasized practical application and increased the written, theoretical component. The stated reason was to bring Hogwarts in line with continental magical education standards. She paused. But if you look at what the actual effect was, it created students who knew about defensive magic without being very good at doing it. It created a generation of wizards who were dependent on trained professionals, hit wizards, aurors, order members, for actual protection. She held Harry's gaze. Students who couldn't protect themselves needed someone to protect them. The study went quiet. He kept us dependent, Harry said. Deliberately. I don't know if it was conscious, Hermione said. It might have been a policy he genuinely believed was educationally sound. But the effect was the same regardless. The effect, Harry said, was that I've been at Hogwarts for 5 years and I've had 2 competent defense teachers out of 5 and one of those was a Death Eater in disguise. He paused. And every time the teaching has been inadequate, I've ended up having to learn on my own, or from other people, or on the spot in situations where I was going to die if I didn't figure it out. The DA, Sirius said. They both looked at him. Last year, Sirius said. You formed a student defense group. He looked at Harry. When the ministry-appointed teacher refused to do practical work. Umbridge wouldn't let us. I know what Umbridge did. I'm saying, Sirius leaned forward. The thing you did to solve that problem. The thing that came naturally to you when the system failed. You organized your own teaching. You took people who couldn't protect themselves and you made them able to. He paused. That's what the curriculum was designed to prevent. And you did it anyway. Harry sat with that. Write that down, he said to Hermione. Not for, he paused. Not for the audit. For later. I want to do something about the defense curriculum. When this is done. I want to know what it would take to change it back. Hermione was already writing. The letter from Dumbledore arrived that evening. Harry had been expecting it. Amelia had said 72 hours and it had been 4 days, which was Dumbledore being careful rather than hasty. The handwriting on the envelope was what he remembered from Hogwarts correspondence, clear, neat, slightly elaborate. His name written on the front as Harry rather than Lord Potter, which told him something. He opened it. It was 2 pages. Harry read it once at normal speed and once slowly. The letter was, in its way, masterful. It acknowledged everything, the audit, the transfers, the voice, the the charter revision, all of it, with the frank tone of a man who had decided honesty was his best remaining posture. It explained the reasoning behind each decision with the care of someone who had been composing those explanations for days. The transfers had been made to fund the war effort, or to protect Harry from the consequences of excessive inherited wealth and political influence at a dangerous age, or to ensure institutional stability during a period of extreme wizarding vulnerability. It expressed genuine sorrow. It expressed genuine affection. It said, "I have loved you, Harry, in the way that men sometimes love those they believe they are protecting, which is a love that can become a kind of blindness." It was honest. It was also, Harry noticed, entirely about Dumbledore's intentions and almost entirely silent on Harry's experience. He set it down. "Well?" Sirius said. "He wants to meet," Harry said. "He's proposing Hogwarts. His office." He picked the letter up again, read the relevant section. "He says, and I'm quoting, 'I think it would be valuable to speak in a place that is familiar and associated, for both of us, with better conversations than the ones we have recently had occasion to navigate.'" Sirius made a sound. "I know," Harry said. "He's trying to put you on his ground," Sirius said. "His office, his portraits, his phoenix. Every object in that room is designed to communicate a specific version of who he is. Wise, ancient, slightly melancholy, surrounded by the evidence of a long life well spent." "I know," Harry said again. "I'm going to say yes." Sirius looked at him. "On my terms," Harry said. "I'll go to Hogwarts. I'll sit in his office. I'll let him have the room." He set the letter down. "And then I'm going to ask him questions he hasn't prepared answers for. Because everything in that letter is prepared. Every sentence of it." He tapped the parchment. "He wrote this, and rewrote it, and considered every word. And it's good, it's very good. But it's his version." He looked up. "I want to hear the version he hasn't written yet." "What version is that?" "The one where I ask him what he was actually afraid of," Harry said. "Not what he was protecting. What he was afraid of." He picked up his quill. "All this, the transfers, the voice, the charter, keeping me ignorant, it wasn't only about protecting people. It wasn't only about the war. There was something he was afraid of. Specifically." He paused. "I want to know what it was." He wrote the reply. He agreed to meet at Hogwarts. He specified the date, 5 days from now. He added one line at the bottom that was not hostile and not warm and was instead simply precise: "Please have the office to yourself. No portraits listening, if that's possible. I'd like an honest conversation." He sealed it and sent it. Then he went back to the parchment-covered desk and the audit appendices and found the section he'd been working his way toward since the beginning of the week, the one that dealt with the 2 transfers whose authorization signatures were still unidentified. The ones listed in the audit as unknown signatory, pending Ministry Records review. Ragnarok had told him the full picture would take time. The time had now passed. A second letter had come from Gringotts that afternoon, while Harry had been at the Burrow. He hadn't opened it yet. He opened it now. It was 3 pages of the Goblin's compact, precise script. Harry read the first page. Then the second. Then sat back in his chair. "Sirius," he said. "Come and read this." Sirius read it. The unknown signatories on the 2 remaining transfers were identified. The first was the Crouch cousin they had already discussed. That was a confirmation rather than a surprise. The second was a name that neither of them had encountered in the audit so far and which took Sirius a moment to place. "Narcissa Malfoy," Sirius said. "Your cousin," Harry said. "My cousin." Sirius set the letter down. "She was on the estate guardianship panel." "I didn't," he looked at the annotation. "She was appointed in 1983, 2 years after the guardianship was established, as an additional ministry-approved co-guardian. She held the position until 1989 when the bureau was restructured. He paused. She signed off on the Cornwall property transfer. To Crouch's brother-in-law, Harry said. To Crouch's brother-in-law. Sirius sat down. Narcissa. He said the name in the way of someone turning a memory over. She was never a Death Eater herself. She's a Slytherin to her bones, she does what benefits her family, and she does it very precisely. He paused. In 1983, Lucius was in trouble. The Dark Lord had just fallen, the Death Eaters who'd escaped prosecution were being watched, and Lucius had been spectacularly watched. He needed goodwill. He needed to demonstrate loyalty to the ministry, to show he was cooperative, useful. He looked at the letter. Taking a guardianship appointment over an orphaned war hero's estate would have been exactly the kind of thing that looked good on paper while offering access, Harry said. Access to the estate. Opportunity to manage what went where. In exchange for what the Crouches needed, Sirius said. Yes. He paused. Harry. Lucius Malfoy's letters. The ones asking for a meeting, Harry said. He's been writing because he wants to know how much of this connects to his family, Sirius said. If Narcissa's name is in the audit, it's in the audit, Harry said. Then he already knows, or suspects. That's why the letters started so quickly after the Prophet piece ran. He looked at Harry. He's not writing to congratulate you. He's writing to negotiate. Harry looked at the stack of unanswered correspondence. Lucius Malfoy's 3 letters sat on the pile like something coiled, elegant parchment, green ink, the Malfoy crest on the seal. What does he have to negotiate with? Harry said. That's the interesting question, Sirius said. He has money, obviously. He has political connections. He paused. He has information. About the old network. About how the ministry was managed during the war years. About who did what and who paid whom. He paused again. And he has Draco. Harry looked at him. Not as a threat, Sirius said quickly. I mean, Draco is at Hogwarts. Draco is 15. Draco is his heir. Everything Lucius does, he does to protect his family's position and his son's future. He paused. If Harry Potter becomes the most significant political figure of his generation, which this week's events suggest is increasingly the direction, then being Harry Potter's enemy is a bad position for the Malfoy family to be in. Harry thought about Draco Malfoy. He thought about 5 years of Potter, sneered and spat, of mudblood directed at Hermione, of a 12-year-old calling himself the heir of Slytherin with the specific brand of arrogance that came from never having been told the difference between confidence and cruelty. He thought about a boy who had been handed his father's worldview like a uniform and told to wear it. Write to him, Harry said. Tell him I'll meet. Not yet, after Dumbledore. And not at Malfoy Manor. He paused. Somewhere public. Diagon Alley. Neutral ground. Sirius looked at him carefully. You're sure? Lucius Malfoy has information, Harry said. I want it. And I want to be the one he has to come to. He paused. That's worth having tea in Diagon Alley. Sirius wrote the letter. Harry went back to the audit appendices, and worked through the secondary financial flows until midnight, and found 7 more names he hadn't expected, smaller, most of them, minor beneficiaries who had received a few galleons through a convoluted enough chain that they would probably claim ignorance, and some of them might even be right. And he wrote them all down with the careful thoroughness of someone building a complete picture before acting on any part of it. 3 days before the Hogwarts meeting, Augusta Longbottom came to tea. She arrived exactly on time, which Harry had expected from his one previous experience of her, at the 3rd task, in formidable robes and with a hat that suggested she had strong opinions about millinery and was not interested in other people's. She sat in the chair across from Harry and Sirius with the self-possession of a woman who had been sitting at tables of consequence for 50 years and did not need the table to make her feel consequential. She studied Harry with open and unsentimental interest. "You look like your grandmother," she said. The Potter sighed. "Doria. I didn't know her," Harry said. "She was remarkable." Augusta accepted her tea. "So was your grandfather. Your father less so at 16 but considerably more so at 20. These things develop at their own pace." She looked at him. "They seem to be developing for you at an unusual speed." "Circumstances," Harry said. "Circumstances are an excuse," she said, crisply, "for people who need one. You don't seem to need one." She set down her cup. "You want my support for the restoration motion." "The motion has passed," Harry said. "I want something else." She raised her eyebrows. The effect, with the hat, was memorable. "Information," Harry said. "You've been on the Wisengamot for 42 years. 42 years. You knew my grandparents. You knew the estate before any of this started." He leaned forward slightly. "I want to understand what I'm actually reclaiming. Not the legal descriptions. The history. What these titles meant. What the Potter family was, politically, before my parents." Augusta looked at him for a long moment. Something in her expression shifted, and it was not quite softened. Nothing about Augusta Longbottom softened, but it moved from assessment to something closer to engagement. "Your family," she said, "was the most significant neutral power in British wizarding politics for 3 generations. They were old enough to carry weight with the traditionalists, and principled enough to be trusted by the reformers. Your grandfather Fleamont was personally responsible for 3 pieces of legislation that shaped modern wizarding commerce. His seat on the Wisengamot was never bought, never traded, never leveraged for personal gain." She paused. "It was this that made the Potter name valuable to people who wanted to use it. And why its absence, your absence, Harry, politically, has made certain things possible that would not have been possible with an active Potter presence. The defense curriculum," Harry said. "Among other things." She looked at him steadily. "The Dementor sanctioning protocol passed by 2 votes. Without the Potter proxy, it would not have passed." She paused. "I voted against it. I have been voting against ministry use of Dementors for 30 years. Your family would have voted the same way." She set her cup down precisely. "With your full estate restored, including the voting rights, the political arithmetic changes substantially." "How substantially?" Sirius said. "On the Dementor question alone, reversing the sanctioning protocol is now achievable, where before this week it was not." She looked at Sirius. "Your own seat's restoration adds to that arithmetic. Combined with the 2 Longbottom seats, we have enough to bring a repeal motion." She looked back at Harry. "I want you to understand that I am not here purely for your benefit. I have been waiting for enough votes to reverse that protocol for 4 years and you have just provided them." "I appreciate the honesty," Harry said. "I have no patience for anything else," she said, which matched Harry's understanding of her. "What I am offering you is 42 years of institutional knowledge, a voting alliance on specific matters of policy where our interests align, and," she paused. "Introduction. There are families who are uncertain about how to position themselves relative to what you represent. Families who will follow someone they trust vouch for you." She looked at him over her cup. "I intend to vouch for you. Not because I have been asked. Because the Potter family earned that from the Longbottom family 60 years ago and it's past time it was returned." Harry looked at her. He was quiet for a moment. "What happened to Neville's parents wasn't addressed in the audit," he said. "That's not connected to any of this. But I want you to know that I haven't forgotten about it. About what was done to Frank and Alice." He paused. "When the political situation is clearer, when I have the standing to do something about it, I'm going to try. Augusta went very still. It was the first time Harry had seen her stillness look like something other than control. Something moved through her face, quickly, and was mastered. "You are," she said finally, "very much like your grandmother." She picked up her cup again with precise steadiness. "Now, let me tell you about the titles." She talked for 3 hours. Harry listened with the focused quality that had been his most consistent response to learning things about his own history, not passive, always asking, pulling at threads she left loose and following them where they led. By the end of it, the daylight had changed and the tea had been refreshed twice, and Harry had 6 more feet of notes and the beginning of an understanding that the Potter name was not just a target or a symbol or the reason Voldemort had come to Godric's Hollow. It was a house. An institution. A thing that had been built by real people over real generations, with real intentions, and a real relationship to the world Harry was now in the middle of. It had been taken from him. He was taking it back. Not just the numbers. Not just the titles. All of it. The night before Hogwarts, Harry sat in the study with the lamp burning low and the audit spread across the desk in its complete and annotated form, and read through it one more time from the beginning. Not looking for new information, he had all the information. Just reminding himself of the complete shape of it. 23 entries. 23 individual decisions by individual people, each of whom had looked at the Potter estate and found a way to take something that wasn't theirs. Some of them had done it with clear intent. Some of them had done it comfortably, without much thought. Some of them had convinced themselves it was for the best, that Harry didn't need it, that it was safer this way, that someone else would make better use of it. Not one of them had asked him. He was at the last page when Sirius knocked and came in, carrying 2 glasses of something amber. "Drink," he said. "I'm 15. It's a very small amount of something your grandfather's cellar produced 40 years ago and I've been saving it for a significant occasion," Sirius said. "1 glass." Harry took the glass. He held it without drinking. "Are you ready for tomorrow?" Sirius said. "Yes," Harry said. "What are you going to say to him?" Harry looked at the last page of the audit. The final entry. The voice of House Potter, transferred to the office of the Chief Warlock, 1989. Value to the estate, incalculable. "I'm going to ask him," Harry said, "what he thought would happen when I found out. He'll have an answer." "I know he'll have an answer," Harry said. "I want to know if the answer is true." He finally drank from the glass. Something complex and warm. Because everything else has been explicable. The money, the seats, the charter. I can follow the logic on all of it, even when I hate it. He set the glass down. What I can't follow is the end of it. The thing he expected to happen eventually. He's not stupid, he knows I'd find out eventually. He knew I'd grow up, that I'd ask questions, that it couldn't stay hidden forever. He paused. So what was his plan? What did he think was going to happen when I was old enough to understand what had been done? Sirius was quiet. Either he thought he'd have time to tell me himself and frame it properly, Harry said, so that I'd understand it the way he wanted me to understand it. Or, he paused. Or he thought something was going to happen before I was old enough to ask. He looked at Sirius. Something to me. He thought you might not survive, Sirius said, quietly. The lamp guttered slightly. The house settled around them. The prophecy, Harry said. It was not a secret, Dumbledore had told him about it at the end of last year. A boy born as the 7th month died. The Dark Lord would mark him as his equal. Neither can live while the other survives. He knew I might die. He's always known. And if I died without ever knowing, he stopped. Then it all just stayed. And nobody ever had to account for any of it. Sirius put his glass down on the desk. He was looking at Harry with the expression of a man who has just heard something he should have seen sooner and is deciding what to do with the fact that he didn't. "That's what I'm going to ask him," Harry said. "Whether he expected me to live long enough to need any of it back." The room was very quiet. "Get some sleep," Sirius said finally. "In a bit," Harry said. He turned back to the audit. "I want to finish reading first." Sirius left the lamp burning and the door slightly open, and Harry sat in the warm amber light and read to the end of the document, and outside, the London night was doing what it always did, and in Hogwarts a complicated old man was no doubt sitting in his office surrounded by his portraits and his phoenix, preparing answers to questions he had not yet been asked, and tomorrow Harry Potter would sit across from him and ask them. He was not afraid. That was the thing he kept coming back to, that kept surprising him slightly. He had been afraid of so many things: Voldemort, Dementors, loss, failure, the particular fear of the boy who has never been sure he deserves the space he takes up. None of that was gone. But underneath it, and stronger than it, was something that had been named in the audit, in the Wisengamot chamber, in the conversation with Augusta Longbottom, in the moment he'd watched Sirius sit in the black family seat and remember what he was. He knew what he was. He was Lord Harry James Potter. He was 15 years old. He had 23 things to recover and a meeting tomorrow and a prophecy he hadn't chosen and a life that had been managed for him for 15 years by people who had been so certain they knew what was best. He was done being managed. He turned the last page of the audit and closed it, and finished the glass of something 40 years old and complex, and went to bed, and in the morning he went to Hogwarts. Chapter 5. The Reckoning. Hogwarts in summer was a different place. The train didn't run. The boats sat still on the lake. The grounds had the particular quiet of a large thing resting, the grass longer than it was in term, the castle's windows mostly dark, the Ollery empty of everything except a few resident birds who seemed mildly affronted by the silence. The enchanted ceiling of the great hall cycled through whether nobody was eating beneath. The staircases moved for nobody. Harry and Sirius arrived by Fleur to McGonagall's office. The deputy headmistress was in residence for the summer, maintaining the castle's administrative functions while Dumbledore was otherwise occupied, and Minerva McGonagall looked at Harry when he stepped out of the fireplace with the expression of a woman who had read the Prophet twice, reviewed the Wisengamot session notes, and was doing significant internal work on the subject of her own feelings. "Harry," she said. "Professor," he said. She looked at him for a long moment. She looked at Sirius. She had the quality of someone who was going to say something and was choosing precisely what. "His office is expecting you," she said. "I'll take you up." "You don't need to, I'll take you up," she said again, in the tone that had been ending arguments in this building for 30 years. They followed her through the empty corridors. Harry had walked these halls several thousand times and they were familiar in the particular way that places you've been through extremes and become familiar, not just corridors but the corridors where specific things had happened, where he had run, or frozen, or made decisions. The moving staircases behaved themselves. The portraits watched as they passed, most of them pretending not to. At the stone gargoyle, McGonagall said the password, something about sherbet lemons that made Sirius make a private face, and the gargoyle stepped aside. At the base of the spiral staircase she stopped. She turned to Harry. She looked at him with the clear, undecorated regard of a woman who taught because she believed in her students and fought for them in the ways she was able to, and who was now looking at one of them and understanding, perhaps for the first time, the full shape of what he had not been given. "I didn't know about the transfers," she said. "I want you to know that. I was his deputy. I was on the board. I didn't know." "I believe you," Harry said. She seemed to want to say more. She pressed her lips together in the familiar way. Then she said, "He is a great man, Harry. And he has done things that were not right. Both of those statements are true at the same time and I think you know that." "I do know that," Harry said. She nodded once. She stepped back. She did not go upstairs with them. Harry went up. The headmaster's office was exactly what Sirius had said it would be. Every object in the room was a communication. The portraits of former headmasters lined the walls in their sleeping or watching poses, decades of institutional authority arranged like a gallery of quiet endorsement. The instruments on the side tables emitted their small silver sounds and movements, suggesting a complexity of ongoing work that was not entirely theatrical but was not entirely not theatrical either. Fawkes the Phoenix was on his perch in the corner, and his presence was its own particular statement: beauty, loyalty, rebirth, all of it embodied and displayed. Dumbledore was behind his desk when they entered. He stood when they came in, which was a gesture of courtesy that simultaneously acknowledged Harry's new standing without capitulating to it. He looked older than he had in the Wisengamot chamber. Or perhaps Harry was simply looking at him with different eyes, eyes that had spent a week reading a 43-page document about everything this man had taken, and could now see the office and its contents as not just the workspace of a wise man but as a carefully curated argument for a particular version of himself. "Harry," Dumbledore said. "Sirius." He gestured at the chairs across from his desk. "Please sit down. I've had tea arranged." "Thank you," Harry said. He sat. Sirius sat beside him. There was a moment of the kind that happens at the start of conversations that both parties know are going to be significant, a settling in, a breath, a look across the desk that was doing the work of establishing what kind of conversation this was going to be. Harry spoke first. "Thank you for agreeing to meet." "Of course," Dumbledore said. He poured the tea himself. "I owe you a great deal more than a meeting, Harry. I suspect we both know that." "I got your letter," Harry said. "I read it several times." "I imagine you found it well written," Harry said. "Honest, in its way. Prepared." He accepted the tea. "I'm not here to make you repeat it. I read what you meant to say. Today I want to hear the things you didn't put in the letter." Dumbledore set down the teapot. He looked at Harry over the half-moon spectacles and said nothing for a moment. The instruments made their small sounds. Fawkes shifted on his perch. "Ask your questions," Dumbledore said. "What were you afraid of?" Harry said. Dumbledore blinked. It was small, barely a movement, but it was the first moment since they'd walked in where he hadn't been quite in control of his expression. "I beg your pardon?" "The letter explained your reasoning," Harry said. "It explained the war, and the protection, and the greater good. All of it made a coherent argument." He held Dumbledore's gaze. "But I've been thinking about it all week, and reasoning doesn't explain the scale. 5 signatures. 13 from Fudge. The charter revision. The curriculum. The voice." He paused. "That's not protective administration. That's architecture. Somebody spent 11 years building a structure, and structures aren't built out of reasoning alone. They're built out of fear." He waited. "What were you afraid would happen if I had it all? If I knew? If I was, as I actually am, the heir to everything the Potter family was?" The office was very still. Dumbledore looked at him for a long time. In the portraits, at least 3 former headmasters had stopped pretending to be asleep. "I was afraid," Dumbledore said slowly, "of what you would become." "Tell me." Dumbledore set his own tea down. He folded his hands. He had the air of a man who has been carrying a weight for a long time and is about to set it on a table where someone else can see it properly for the first time. "You arrived in my awareness before you were born, Harry. The prophecy came to me when you were not yet a year old. I heard what you were fated to face and I began making decisions from that moment about how best to prepare you for it." He paused. "Prophecies are not instructions. They are descriptions. What they describe can be arrived at through many different paths." He looked at Harry. "The path I feared most was the obvious one." "Which was?" "A boy who knew from the beginning what he was. Who was raised in the wizarding world, aware of his fame and his inheritance and his family's political weight. Who grew up understanding that he carried the hope of an entire society. He paused. I have seen what that does to people, Harry. I have seen it personally, in ways I do not speak of easily. Something moved through his face, old and private. Power and expectation, given to a young person without the internal formation to carry them, it does not always produce heroes. Sometimes it produces exactly the thing it was meant to stop. You thought I'd become Voldemort, Harry said. Dumbledore was very still. I thought you might, he said quietly. Not certainly. Not probably. But the possibility, he stopped. Voldemort was also a child of prophecy, in his way. Also extraordinary. Also without the family that should have shaped him. Also placed in circumstances designed to suppress rather than develop him. He paused. I told myself I was making different choices. That the Dursleys were protection, not suppression. That limiting your knowledge of your inheritance was caution, not theft. That keeping the wizarding world's attention away from you was mercy. He met Harry's eyes. I told myself a great many things. And the charter revision? Harry said. The curriculum? The Wisengamot votes? Those I cannot defend as easily. Dumbledore's voice was measured, but there was something underneath it that had not been in the letter. The charter revision I justified as institutional necessity. At the time it was true that Malfoy was moving against me, and true that his influence over Hogwarts would have been catastrophically harmful for students like your friend Hermione and others who did not come from old families. I told myself the end was so clearly right that the means could be forgiven. He paused. The curriculum change I told myself was pedagogy. That students learning theory before practice were safer students. He stopped. That last one is the one that troubles me most now. Because it was never true. I knew when I proposed it that practical training produced more capable wizards. I knew that the children sitting in those classrooms were going to face things that required capability, not just comprehension. He folded his hands more tightly. I chose to keep you, less capable than you could be because capable and independent are very close together, and I needed you manageable. The word sat in the room. Harry let it sit. Manageable, he said. Not angrily. Just confirming it. Yes, Dumbledore said. That is the honest word. He looked exhausted in the way that honesty sometimes produced in people who had been careful with language for a very long time. I needed to be able to predict what you would do. I needed to be able to prepare the board for the moment it needed to be prepared. And a Harry Potter who was fully formed, who understood his power, his history, his political standing, was a Harry Potter I could not predict. He paused. You were supposed to be the weapon, Harry. I built the weapon. I did not build the person, because the person was the variable I couldn't control. In the corner, Fawkes made a low sound. Dumbledore didn't look at him. Sirius, who had been completely still throughout this, said, You knew about the prophecy for 15 years and you looked at a child and thought weapon. I looked at a child, Dumbledore said, and thought sacrifice. Which is perhaps worse. He said it with the particular flatness of a man stating something he has made himself face in the dark and is now making himself face in the light. The prophecy says neither can live while the other survives. I have always known what that likely means. I have always known what the end of this story probably requires. He looked at Harry. Everything I did, every precaution, every limitation, everything. It was in the service of a moment I have always believed was coming, in which you would need to be willing. He paused. Willing and capable of the final step. The final step, Harry said. Being killed. Or killing, Dumbledore said. I was never certain which. Harry looked at him. He had known this was somewhere in the logic, he had said as much to Sirius the night before, and knowing something intellectually and hearing it said aloud across a desk by the man who had built his life around it were very different experiences. He let himself feel the difference. He did not look away from it. So the plan, Harry said, the whole plan, was to raise me without giving me the things I was owed, without telling me what my family was or what I had every right to know, to keep me controllable and unknowing and willing to do what was necessary, and the reason you didn't feel the need to set it right before now was because you were not certain I would survive long enough for it to matter. Dumbledore was quiet. That's yes, Harry said. That is yes, Dumbledore said. Sirius stood up. Not aggressively, he just stood, as if sitting had become untenable. He moved to the window and stood there with his back to the room for a moment, and Harry could see the tension in his shoulders doing something complicated. Harry stayed seated. He was looking at Dumbledore with the clear, unafraid regard he'd been developing all week, and he thought, there it is. The full shape of it. The architecture and the fear underneath it and the genuine care woven through all of it, inextricably, so that you couldn't pull one out without the others coming with it. I want you to do something, Harry said. Dumbledore looked at him. The voice is being returned to the Potter estate as part of the restoration, Harry said. The charter revision, I want it reversed. The original board authority structure, restored. I want the defense curriculum reviewed before September, and I want practical application reinstated across all years. He paused. And I want you to make a formal statement to the Wizengamot acknowledging the transfers you authorized and your role in the guardianship. He held Dumbledore's gaze. Not a letter. Not a private communication. A formal statement, on the record, in the chamber. Dumbledore looked at him for a long moment. You understand what a formal statement in the chamber would mean for my position? Yes, Harry said. I understand exactly what it would mean. It would end my tenure as Chief Warlock. That's one of the things it would mean, Harry said. Yes. The room was silent except for Fawkes and the small silver instruments and the particular weight of what was in the air. And if I refuse? Dumbledore said. Not defiantly. Just examining the full picture. Then the audit goes to the Prophet in its complete form, Harry said. The secondary beneficiary data, the charter documents, the Wizengamot vote records. All of it. And I let the press and the public draw their own conclusions. He paused. I'd rather not do it that way. It would be messier and less just, and the people who got caught in it wouldn't all deserve to be. He looked at Dumbledore. I'd rather you told the truth yourself. Dumbledore was quiet. Harry waited. The defense curriculum, Dumbledore said finally. I was already, before this week, already reviewing it. I want you to know that. I know, Harry said. Hermione found the internal memo. You initiated the review in June. He paused. Good. Accelerate it. Something moved through Dumbledore's expression that was not quite a smile and not quite grief. You do remind me of your mother, he said. She had the same quality of having read everything before walking into the room. I had a good teacher, Harry said, which could have meant Dumbledore and did not. Dumbledore was quiet for another moment. Fawkes made another sound, low and musical and not quite comforting, more like the presence of something true. The old man looked at the phoenix for a moment, then back at Harry. I will make the statement, he said. I'll speak to Amelia Bones today and arrange it for next week's session. Thank you, Harry said. He meant it without warmth, which was the most honest version of it. He stood. Sirius turned from the window. They were both nearly at the door when Dumbledore spoke again. Harry. Harry turned. Dumbledore looked at him across the length of the office, across the portraits and the instruments and the space between an old man's failures and a young man's clarity, and said, I have loved you. Badly, and with too much certainty about what was best, and with consequences I am not yet done accounting for. But I have loved you. He paused. I want you to know that it is real, even if nothing else I gave you was. Harry looked at him. I know, he said. That's the part I'm going to have to figure out what to do with. He left. They were halfway down the spiral staircase when Sirius said, under his breath, with the controlled intensity of someone who had been holding something back for 45 minutes, he built a child to be sacrificed and called it protection. Yes, Harry said. Harry, I know, Sirius. I'm not certain you do because I'm barely. Sirius stopped. Started again. When he said sacrifice, when he said he always knew what the end probably required, he's been honest about it now, Harry said. That's more than I had before. He paused on the staircase. I'm not saying it's fine. It's not fine. But I'm not going to stand on this staircase and take it apart right now because if I do that I'll be on this staircase for a week. He turned and looked at Sirius. Later. When we're home. We can take it apart then. Sirius looked at him. He had the expression of a man who was watching someone 15 years old handle something that would break a much older person, and finding it equal parts admirable and heartbreaking. Home, he said. Right. He put a hand briefly on Harry's shoulder. Later, then. They went down the stairs. McGonagall was waiting at the bottom of the gargoyle. She looked at their faces and said nothing, which was the correct thing. They walked back through the empty castle toward her office and the flue, and at the door of the great hall Harry stopped. He stood in the doorway and looked in. The great hall without students was enormous in a way it wasn't when it was full, the 4 long tables, the high table, the enchanted ceiling showing a slow afternoon sky, the space between things that was usually occupied by noise and motion and 300 people eating breakfast or arguing about classes or passing notes. It was the room he'd walked into at 11 years old and felt, for the first time, like he might belong somewhere. He stood there for a moment. Then he walked away. The Order of the Phoenix met that evening. Harry found out about it the way he found out about most things the Order tried to keep from him, through the combination of Grimmauld Place's acoustics, which were not designed with privacy in mind, and the fact that Sirius lived in the building and was technically a member and could not prevent Harry from walking downstairs when voices started gathering in the kitchen. He heard Dumbledore's voice first. Then Moody's. Then Lupin's, which caught him more than the others. Remus was here, which meant the meeting had been called quickly and had pulled people in from distances. He heard his own name twice before he reached the kitchen door. He pushed it open. The kitchen had 9 people in it. Dumbledore at the head of the table. Moody beside him, Magical Eye moving to Harry before the door was fully open. Remus, looking tired in the way that was his permanent mode, and something else, something careful. Arthur Weasley, who looked at Harry with the complex expression they had been trading since the garden. Mundungus Fletcher, who had the quality of someone who was here because he was told to be. Hestia Jones and Daedalus Diggle, who Harry barely knew. Molly Weasley, who had been crying recently, though she had her composure back. And at the far end of the table, Sirius, who was standing and whose expression said very clearly that he had known this was going to happen and had spent the last 30 seconds deciding what to do about it. Everyone looked at Harry. Harry looked at the room. He looked at each face. He looked at the table where Order meetings happened, where decisions about his life had been made for years without him in the room, and then he pulled out the nearest chair and sat down. "What did I miss?" he said. The kitchen was very quiet. Then Dumbledore said, calmly, "We were discussing your safety, Harry." "Right," Harry said. "And what did you decide about it?" Moody made a sound that was probably a laugh. Dumbledore folded his hands. "There is concern that the events of the past week, the Wisengamot session, the press coverage, your meeting with various members of the old families, have made you considerably more visible than you have historically been. Lord Voldemort is gathering strength. His interest in you is unchanged. And a Harry Potter who is now a significant political figure is a more attractive and accessible target than a Harry Potter kept small and ignorant," Harry said pleasantly. The kitchen flinched. Not everyone, Moody didn't, and Sirius didn't, and Arthur met his eyes steadily, but enough people shifted or looked at their hands that the flinch was visible. That is not how I would characterize it, Dumbledore said. I know it's not, Harry said. But it's what it is. He looked around the table. Can I ask something? I want everyone to answer honestly, not diplomatically. He waited for a moment, not long, just enough. Did any of you know about the transfers? About what was being done to the estate? Moody said immediately, no. Arthur said, no. Steady and certain. Remus was quiet for a moment. Then he said, I knew about some of it. His voice was very level. Not the scale. Not the full picture. I knew that decisions had been made about the estate that I was told were in your best interests. I didn't ask enough questions. He met Harry's eyes. I'm sorry, Harry. That was a failure of the people who were supposed to look after you. Yes, Harry said. It was. He didn't say it harshly. He said it the way a fact sounds when someone is done being diplomatic about it. He looked at Molly. Molly. Are you all right? Molly looked at him. Her eyes were still slightly bright. I'm angry, she said. Not at you. At the situation. At being, she stopped. At being used without knowing it. I know, Harry said. I know the feeling very well. The kitchen was quiet again. Dumbledore said, more carefully now, Harry. The concern about your safety is genuine. The political ground you have reclaimed this week creates exposure that didn't exist before. The political ground I reclaimed this week also creates options that didn't exist before, Harry said. Votes that didn't exist. Alliances that didn't exist. Ways of acting against Voldemort that don't require one 15-year-old to do everything on his own. He looked at Dumbledore. I think we agreed this morning that the weapon model wasn't working. I'd like to try something else. Several people at the table looked between Harry and Dumbledore with the particular expression of people realizing they had missed something important. What model are you proposing? Remus said. He was the quickest to adapt, Harry noticed. Always had been. A Potter who knows what he has, Harry said, and is prepared to use all of it. Not just the prophecy. Not just the scar. He paused. Wizengamot votes. Charter rights. Family alliances with Augusta Longbottom and others who have been waiting for enough political weight to move on things like the Dementor sanctioning protocol. A restored voice that can be used openly, in session, for things that matter. He paused. Voldemort is rebuilding because the Ministry is afraid to acknowledge he exists and the Order is operating in secret because publicly acknowledged resistance would scare people. Both of those problems are affected by political power. He looked at the table. I'm not saying I stop doing the other things. I'm saying I stop pretending the other things are all I have. The kitchen was quiet for a long moment. Then Moody said, in the particular gravelly register that served as his approval voice, finally. Mate, Dumbledore started. He's right and you know it, Moody said. We've been fighting this war like we need to hide Harry from it. The boy survived 5 years of direct engagement. He's 15 and he walked into a Wizengamot session this week and got 61 votes. He doesn't need hiding. He needs equipping. Which brings me to something else, Harry said. He reached into his jacket and produced a folded piece of parchment. He had written this on the train back from Hogwarts, on his knee, in the lurching carriage while Sirius pretended not to watch what he was writing. He unfolded it and put it on the table. The defense curriculum review that starting at Hogwarts, Dumbledore has agreed to accelerate it and reinstate practical training. That's good and it needs to happen. But it won't help people who aren't at Hogwarts. He looked at the table. Some of you train. Moody's been training Aurors for 30 years. Remus, you're one of the best practical defense wizards I know. He looked at Sirius. And I have a house with a lot of rooms. He paused. I want to propose something. Monthly training sessions. Open to anyone the order vouches for. Not just order members, young people, people who aren't connected to the order but who are going to need to be able to protect themselves when this gets worse. He looked at Dumbledore. Because it is going to get worse. We all know it. No one argued with the last part. Remus was looking at the parchment. You wrote a curriculum, he said. A starting point, Harry said. Remus picked up the parchment. He read it. He looked up. Something in his expression had changed into something warmer and more complicated. Your father would have written exactly this, he said quietly. Down to the order of subjects. So will you do it? Harry said. You and Moody. Take the lead on it. Moody and Remus looked at each other. It was a short look. The kind between people who have worked together and know how to communicate efficiently. Yes, Remus said. Obviously, Moody said. The sessions will be at Grimmauld Place, Harry said, which is mine. As Lord Black by extension through the estate, the property falls to the Potterblack combined estate, which I'm formally claiming in tandem. He looked at Sirius, who gave him the slight nod that meant correct. We discussed this, the legal position holds. So the house is mine to use. He looked at Dumbledore. You're welcome to attend. As a participant, not as the organizer. The table was silent for a beat. Dumbledore looked at Harry with the expression that was currently his most constant one. The one Harry was beginning to understand was what honesty looked like on a face that had been managing information for so long it had forgotten how to simply receive it. Yes, Dumbledore said. I will attend. Good. Harry looked around the table. He had not raised his voice once. He had not performed anything. He had just been in the room, and known what he wanted, and said it. Is there anything else the order needs to discuss? If not, I'd like to eat something because I was on a train most of the day. Molly, reflexively and perfectly, stood up and went to the stove. Moody made the laugh sound again. Arthur let out a long breath. Remus looked at Harry across the table with the expression of someone seeing two people at once, the 15-year-old in front of him and the ghost of someone 20 years older. Sirius sat back down in his chair and picked up his tea with the air of a man who has been watching something he was hoping would happen and is finding the reality of it better than the anticipation. The kitchen filled with the sounds of Molly cooking, and people shifting and resuming conversation, and the ordinary noise of people who have been through something together and are deciding to be all right. 2 days later, Lucius Malfoy arrived at the Leaky Cauldron at 3 in the afternoon wearing robes that cost more than most people's houses and carrying himself with the particular dignity of a man who was accustomed to being the most powerful person in any room he entered and was currently managing the experience of not being certain that was still true. Harry was already there. He had a table, tea, and Sirius at his shoulder, which he had insisted on not because he needed the backup but because Sirius had asked to come, and Harry understood what this particular confrontation meant to him, his cousin's husband, the man who had contributed to the network of influence that had kept Sirius in Azkaban by keeping the right people comfortable. Malfoy sat. He looked at Harry with the assessing quality that had clearly run in the family before Sirius's particular brand of it was redirected toward better purposes, and said, Lord Potter. You have had an extraordinary week. I have, Harry agreed. You wanted to meet. I did. Malfoy looked at the table, at the tea, at the surroundings, with the expression of a man who had expected to control the setting of this meeting and was noticing that he did not control it. I think we may have interests in common. Tell me about Narcissa's involvement in the guardianship panel, Harry said. Malfoy's expression did something small and precise. I see we are being direct. I find it saves time, Harry said. Malfoy looked at him for a moment. He had the quality of someone running a very rapid recalculation, who had prepared for several versions of this conversation and was determining which applied. Narcissa was appointed in good faith, he said. The ministry approached her as one of several candidates with appropriate background and standing. She served on the panel for 6 years and resigned when the bureau was restructured. She signed the Cornwall transfer, Harry said. She signed several documents in her administrative capacity, yes. That specific document transferred a Potter property at below market value to the brother-in-law of the bureau head, Harry said. In exchange for, what? What did your family get? Malfoy was quiet. His stillness was the practiced kind, the kind that had been trained over years of not giving anything away in situations where giving things away was costly. The Cornwall property was not the quid pro quo, he said, finally. It was the demonstration of good faith. The arrangement, he stopped. He looked at Harry with something in his eyes that was not the contempt or the condescension Harry was used to from Draco's father, but something more complex. Something that was assessing Harry's current and future political weight against the cost of the next sentence. The arrangement was that the Malfoy family's cooperation with certain post-war ministry normalization procedures would be recognized. Informally. In terms of how certain investigations were conducted. Or not conducted. You were paying for protection, Sirius said from Harry's shoulder. From ministry investigation. Narcissa's signature on Potter estate documents was the price. A price, Malfoy said. Among others. He looked at Sirius. You were in Azkaban. It is easy to have opinions from Azkaban about what people did to survive in the real world. I had rather a lot of time to think about what people did to survive, Sirius said pleasantly. It's one of the things Azkaban is good for. Malfoy turned back to Harry. What I am prepared to offer, he said, in the tone of a man returning to business because business was where he was comfortable, is this, a formal acknowledgement, in writing, that Narcissa's role in the estate transfers was part of an arrangement I have described to you today. Documentation of the ministry officials involved in that arrangement, names and specific quid pro quos, which will add substantially to what you already have from the audit. He paused. And my personal assurance that the Malfoy family's Wisengamot votes will align with the restoration motion in all remaining procedural sessions. You were going to vote for the restoration anyway, Harry said. You can't afford not to. He looked at Malfoy steadily. The documentation is interesting. The acknowledgement I'll need. What do you want in exchange? Protection, Malfoy said, simply. Not from prosecution. I am not naive enough to believe that is fully available. But from the specific kind of attention that turns into public spectacle. He held Harry's gaze. I have a son. The name that wasn't said sat between them. Harry thought about Draco Malfoy with his father's face and his father's worldview and the kind of boy who had been handed a particular story about the world and told it was the only story. He thought about what it meant to grow up inside someone else's certainties. I can't protect you from consequences, Harry said. The documentation you're describing goes to Amelia Bones. What she does with it is her decision. He paused. What I can tell you is that I'm interested in justice, not spectacle. I'm not going to campaign against your family in the press. I'm not going to make Draco a target. He paused. What happens to Lucius Malfoy is about what Lucius Malfoy did. It's not about his son. Malfoy looked at him. It was a long look, the kind that was reading something carefully. That, he said, is more than I expected. Provide the documentation, Harry said. And tell Narcissa to expect a formal communication from Amelia Bones's office. The cooperation will be noted. Malfoy was quiet for a moment. Then he reached into his robes and produced a folder of parchment that he had clearly brought with him, had come here prepared to negotiate with it. He set it on the table. Already prepared, Sirius observed. I find preparation saves time, Malfoy said, which was almost dry, which was more Sirius Black's cousin than Harry had expected from him. He stood. He looked at Harry one final time. Lord Potter. He paused. For what it's worth, and I am aware it may be worth very little from this particular source. Your parents were people of genuine distinction. I disagreed with their politics comprehensively. But I was not indifferent to them. He straightened his robes. Good afternoon. He walked out. Harry looked at the folder on the table. He looked at Sirius. More names, Sirius said. More names, Harry said. He picked it up. Let's take it to Amelia. The Prophet ran a second story that Friday. This one was written differently from the first, Elspeth Crane again, but this time working with information that clearly came from Malfoy's documentation, which Amelia had chosen to act on with a speed that suggested she had been waiting for exactly this kind of material. The headline was, Ministry Officials Named in Potter Estate Investigation, Former Bureau Heads Network Under DMLE Review. Fudge called the Ministry's press office. The Ministry's press office issued a statement about ongoing administrative reviews. 3 Ministry officials took leave of absence before the story was 3 hours old. None of this was Harry's doing, directly. He had provided the audit to Amelia. He had given her Malfoy's documentation. He had answered Crane's single question, Lord Potter, are you satisfied with the Ministry's response so far? With, I'm satisfied with Madame Bones's response. I'll reserve judgment on the Ministry's. It was printed verbatim, which was the correct call. That evening Harry sat on the steps outside Grimmauld Place in the long summer dusk and listened to London and thought about everything that had happened in 1 week. 1 week since Sirius had walked free from courtroom 10 and asked for an audit instead of asking for a drink. Sirius came out and sat beside him. They sat in the particular comfortable silence that had been developing between them, the silence of 2 people who had been getting to know each other and had reached the place where the getting to know each other could happen without words. The order meeting helped, Harry said eventually. It did, Sirius said. Remus looked tired. Remus always looks tired. He looks less tired than he did before you walked in, which is what matters. Sirius stretched his legs out on the step. Dumbledore's going to make the statement next week. I know. That's going to be, I know, Harry said. It's going to be a significant thing. A lot of people are going to have to adjust their picture of him. He paused. Some of them are going to be angry at me for it. Some of them are, Sirius agreed. Are you prepared for that? I don't need everyone to be pleased with me, Harry said. I spent 5 years trying to make myself acceptable to people who were going to have an opinion about me regardless. He paused. I'd rather be honest and argued with than manageable and left alone. Good, Sirius said. There's still the formal reclamation session, Harry said. Next week, after Dumbledore's statement. All 23 formally returned to the estate in a single session. Amelia's been building the procedural case all week. The Wisengamot vote will ratify it. It will, Sirius said. I'll be there. Sirius was quiet for a moment. Because I'd had 12 years to think about what I was going to do when I got out, he said. And most of those 12 years the answer was survive. And then when I actually got out, when Pettigrew was caught and the trial went right and Fudge said not guilty, he paused. I looked at the ministry officials in that room and I thought about James. About his vault and his house and his name and the fact that his son was living with Petunia Bloody Desley and I thought, he stopped. I thought, someone needs to look. Someone needs to actually look at what happened. And I was the only one who was going to do it immediately, right then, before anyone could reorganize or prepare or put the paperwork in order. He paused. So I did. Harry looked at him. It was the right thing, Harry said. It was the only thing, Sirius said. They sat on the steps while the city moved around them, ordinary and indifferent, and the last of the summer light dropped slowly below the rooftops and the street lamps came on one by one and the week that had changed everything continued into its 7th evening. Tomorrow, the final session. After that, the formal claim. After that, Godric's Hollow. After that, everything else. Chapter 6, the inheritance. Dumbledore's statement lasted 11 minutes. Harry was in the gallery again, by choice this time, not by exclusion. He had a seat on the chamber floor now, formal and documented, the Potter Lordship seat restored to its original position in the Wisengamot seating arrangement by order of the preliminary session 3 days prior. He could have sat in it. He chose the gallery because he wanted to watch the room rather than be part of it, wanted to see every face when Dumbledore spoke, wanted the distance of height between himself and what was about to happen. Sirius was on the floor. Black family seat, 3rd row left. He'd been there every session this week, and each time he sat down in it he seemed to occupy it a little more completely, like the seat itself was remembering what it was for. Amelia Bones opened the session. She had the quality of a woman who had spent a week in precise preparation and was now simply executing, each procedural step placed with the certainty of something rehearsed until it was automatic. She announced the session's purpose. She entered the formal restoration motion documentation into the record. She noted that the Chief Warlock had requested the floor for a statement of personal account prior to the motion vote. Dumbledore rose. He looked, Harry thought, smaller than he had a week ago. Not physically, he was the same height, the same white-bearded presence. But something had contracted in him, some aspect of the room-filling quality he had always possessed, the authority that walked in before he did. It was still there. It was just no longer unexamined. He spoke without notes. He said that over the course of 11 years, beginning in 1983, he had as co-guardian of the Potter estate authorized 5 transfers of estate holdings to parties other than the rightful heir. He named each transfer. He named each recipient. He gave, for each one, his reasoning at the time, and he gave it without the careful architecture of the letter he had sent Harry, just the reasoning, plain, without the scaffolding of self-justification around it. He said that his reasoning had been wrong. Not in every detail but in its fundamental premise, which was that he had the right to make those determinations on behalf of a child whose guardian he was supposed to be. He said that the voice of House Potter had been transferred to his administrative office and that he had used it on 4 occasions, and he named the occasions, and he said that each use of it had produced legislative outcomes he had believed were correct and which had served his own institutional interests simultaneously, and that the conflict of interest was real and should have prevented him from ever accepting the transfer in the first place. He said that the Hogwarts Charter revision of 1989 had been achieved in part through the illegitimate use of a voting right that did not belong to him, and that he was withdrawing the revision and returning the board its original authority effective from the close of this session. He said that he was resigning his position as Chief Warlock of the Wisengamot. The chamber produced a sound that was not a gasp because people in Wisengamot sessions did not gasp. It was more like the acoustic version of a very sudden realignment, the sound of 87 individual calculations running simultaneously. Dumbledore did not sit down. He looked at the chamber with the expression of a man who has set something down that he has been carrying for a long time and is now simply standing, relieved of the weight, feeling both lighter and more exposed. "I remain headmaster of Hogwarts," he said. "That position I intend to hold, because I believe I can still serve the school's students well, and because there is a war coming that the students of this school will need to be as prepared as possible to face. But that belief does not require this chamber's endorsement, and the position does not require the protections I built around it." He paused. "It requires only that I do the job." He sat down. The chamber was quiet. Griselda Marchbanks, in the front row, looked at Dumbledore with the expression of a woman who had been watching this building for 42 years and had waited a long time for this particular moment without entirely expecting to see it. She said nothing. She simply nodded once, the small precise nod of acknowledgement. Harry, in the gallery, looked at the back of Dumbledore's head and felt something that was not triumph. Triumph was too simple and too clean, but was something adjacent to it, something that had grief mixed through it and clarity mixed through it and the strange, unasked-for quality of relief that came from watching someone you had trusted disappoint you completely and then, finally, account for it. He stayed for the vote. The restoration motion passed 74 to 13. 13 was fewer than Harry had expected. He had thought the opposed block would hold closer to 20. But Malfoy's documentation had come out that week through Amelia's investigation, and the ministry officials named in it had resigned before the session, which had recalibrated several voting positions quite efficiently. 74. All 23 titles, lordships, charter rights, properties, and associated holdings formally and legally restored to the Potter estate. All accrued financial entitlements, the 400,000 galleons and the additional 7 years of charter revenue, to be transferred from the holding accounts identified in the audit to the Potter Gringotts vaults within 30 days. The Wisengamot seats restored to active Potter family control. The voice of House Potter formally returned to Lord Harry James Potter, to be exercised at his discretion. The session closed. Harry sat in the gallery for a moment after the members began to file out, while the chamber gradually returned to its emptied stone-enchained self. He sat with it, with the number, with the vote, with the 11-minute statement and the 74-13 and the formal end of a thing that had started the night his parents died and had continued quietly and carefully for 15 years because nobody had looked. Sirius found him in the corridor. He didn't say anything immediately, he just fell into step beside Harry, and they walked. "How do you feel?" Sirius asked, as they came up the stairs toward the atrium. Harry thought about it honestly. "Finished," he said. "With this part." He paused. "Not finished. Different. Like something is different now." He paused again. "Good different." "Yes," Sirius said. "Good different." He glanced at him. "The statement." "I know." "He didn't have to be that complete," Sirius said. "He went further than I expected." "He did," Harry said. "How do you feel about that?" Harry was quiet for a moment. They came out into the atrium. The fountain was running. The golden figures in their positions, the water catching the ceiling light, the whole cheerful lie of it moving without apparent self-awareness. "I feel like it was the right thing to do," Harry said. "And I'm glad he did it. And I'm also still the person who spent 15 years inside the decisions he made." He paused. "Those things are going to have to exist together for a while." Sirius nodded. He understood about things existing together. They walked out of the ministry into the summer morning, and behind them the building continued its busy institutional life, and ahead of them London was doing what London did. Gringotts at 10 in the morning was in the middle of its busiest period, the lobby full of the midweek commerce of a society conducting its financial life with appropriate gravity. Harry and Sirius went through the doors and Sharpquill was already watching from the front desk and nodded without needing to be told what they were there for. Ragnarok was waiting in his office. He had the completed transfer documentation on his desk. 43 pages of audit, plus the 30 pages of restoration orders from the Wisengamot session, plus a separate document that Ragnarok had prepared himself, the formal Gringotts record of the Potterblack combined estate as it stood, fully restored, current as of this morning. He had also, Harry noticed, cleared the floor of the documentation that had covered it a week ago. The office felt different. More settled. Like a case file that had been resolved and was now in the archive rather than the active pile. "Lord Potter," Ragnarok said. He stood, which Harry had come to understand was not standard. Ragnarok stood when something was sufficiently significant to be worth the physical acknowledgement. "Lord Black." He looked at them both. "Sit down." They sat. "The vault transfers will begin today and complete within the 30-day window specified by the restoration order," Ragnarok said. "Some of the financial flows are complex enough that they require sequential unwinding. We will send weekly summaries." He paused. "The properties are more immediate. The Cornish property and the Scottish Highlands property can be formally transferred back to the estate today, once you sign the reclamation documents." He slid 2 pieces of parchment across the desk. "The Edinburgh apartment and the Wiltshire estate will require additional coordination because they have occupants. Both occupants are aware of the restoration order and have been given 14 days to vacate, which the ministry's housing office is overseeing." He paused. The Wiltshire estate's current occupant has indicated that he expects legal recourse. He won't find it, Harry said. No, Ragnock agreed. He will not. He paused. The London townhouse has been unoccupied since 1987. It will need significant restoration work. We can recommend contractors if required. Thank you, Harry said. He signed the Cornwall document and the Highlands document and slid them back. Ragnock countersigned both, which made them legally complete, and set them in a folder. There is one additional matter. He produced the combined estate document. The formal registration of the Potter Black combined estate. This is the comprehensive record, every title, every holding, every right and entitlement, registered in your name. He placed it on the desk. When you sign this, Lord Potter, you formally establish the combined estate as a single legal entity under your lordship. This is not a standard procedure. Combined estates of this size and complexity are not common, but the legal mechanism is clear and your claim is unambiguous. He looked at Harry over the ledger. It is also permanent. Once established, the combined estate can be dissolved only by your direct action or your death. Harry looked at the document. It was dense with formal language, archaic phrasing, legal terminology, the particular weight of parchment and ink doing serious work. His name appeared at the top, formal and complete, Lord Harry James Potter, of the noble and most ancient House of Potter, heir to the allied House of Black through the Potter-Black Accord of 1952. Beneath it, the full list. He read it. All of it. Every item. He did it slowly and he did it thoroughly because this was the kind of document you read completely before you signed, and because he wanted to know every word of what he was claiming as his own. He signed it. Ragnock countersigned. He blotted the ink with the particular care of someone treating a document with the respect it had earned. He closed the folder and looked at Harry with the amber eyes that had been watching him all week with the calculating quality of someone taking a measure that was now complete. Gringotts acknowledges Lord Harry James Potter as the registered holder of the noble and most ancient House of Potter and the allied House of Black, Ragnock said. The combined estate is established. He paused. It has been a privilege to conduct this audit. It's been a privilege to have you conduct it, Harry said. He meant it. The goblin looked at him for a moment, and in the amber eyes something moved that was not exactly warmth. Goblins and warmth were a complicated pairing, but was something that might have been its professional equivalent. If you require anything further from Gringotts, Ragnock said, ask for me directly. They left the office, and the corridor, and came back out into the marble lobby. Harry had the folder under his arm and the combined estate document inside it, and the full weight of what he had just done was settling into him with the particular quality of something real, not anticipated or argued for or worked toward, but real, in the way that signed documents and registered titles were real. Sirius held the bank door open. The sunlight outside was the particular clean gold of a summer morning that didn't know or care what had happened inside the building it was illuminating, and the noise of Diagon Alley came at them with the cheerful indifference of a crowd going about its business. Harry stood on the steps of Gringotts. He thought about the preliminary audit summary that Sirius had handed him in the ministry atrium a week ago, the parchment with 6 properties listed, before the full picture, before Ragnock and the 43 pages and the week that had followed. He thought about his face when he read it, which he didn't know what it had looked like but knew what it had felt like, the cold, clarifying recognition of the shape of a cage you had been inside without understanding it was a cage. He thought about the Dursleys, and Privet Drive, and the cupboard under the stairs, and the careful management of everything he was allowed to know and everything he was allowed to be. He thought about 23. The number was not abstract anymore. Each one had a name and a history and a story of how it had been taken and from whom and why, and he held all of them clearly, and they were his. Ready? Sirius said. Yes, Harry said. They walked down the steps into the alley. They went to Hermione first. She was at her parents' house in London. She'd been there all week, working through books and records and sending Harry letters full of new discoveries with the focused energy of someone who had found the exact right problem for her particular skills. When Harry knocked on the door, she answered it before the second knock, which meant she had been watching for them from the window. She looked at Harry's face. Then at the folder under his arm. "It's done," she said. "It's done," he said. She did something that was slightly unlike her. She hugged him, quickly and firmly, the kind of hug that was communicating several things simultaneously, including "I was worried about you and I knew you could do it and I am very relieved." He hugged her back. "Thank you for the letter about the charter." "That was just research," she said, already pulling back, already becoming the person who downplayed things she was proud of. "Come in. I've got something to show you." Her kitchen table had the quality of Harry's study desk, covered in parchment and books with markers in them, a chart on the wall that was color-coded in a way he'd stopped being intimidated by. She sat them down and stood at the table and talked for 40 minutes about what she'd found in the last week, not just the charter and the curriculum, but a comprehensive analysis of every policy that had passed with the Potter proxy votes in the last decade, annotated with what would have been different without them, and a separate document that was something like a blueprint. "This is what the estate could do," she said, tapping the blueprint document. "Politically. With all 23 restored. There are 7 active Wisengamot votes between the Potter and Black seats combined. There are 3 significant financial entitlements that generate ongoing revenue, not from theft, from the legitimate charter rights. There are property assets that could be used for various purposes." She looked at Harry. "I've mapped out every major piece of legislation that's failed in the last 15 years for want of votes. The Dementor Protocol repeal. The Creature Rights Frameworks. The Mandatory Practical Defense Requirement. The Hogwarts Board Independence Statute." She paused. "With your voting weight, a Longbottom alliance, and Amelia Bones's institutional backing, almost all of them are now achievable." Harry looked at the blueprint. He looked at Hermione, who had spent a week building this because she had understood before he asked that the reclamation was not the end of something but the beginning. "When did you make this?" he said. "I started it the morning after the preliminary audit ran in the Prophet," she said. "I thought you might want to know what it was actually for." She paused. "The estate. What it actually means as a political instrument." She looked at him. "You're not just getting things back, Harry. You're getting things that can be used. That's different." "I know," Harry said. "I want your help with it." She looked at him. She had the expression of someone who had been hoping to be asked but had not let herself assume she would be, because hoping and assuming were different disciplines. "Obviously," she said. "I'm already doing it." She gestured at the table. "I know you are," Harry said. "I want to make it official. Formal. I want you involved not as a friend helping informally but as," he paused. "I don't know the right title. Advisor? I know you're 16 and that sounds ridiculous, but it doesn't sound ridiculous," she said. "It sounds like you understand that the political work requires research capability and that you want someone doing it who you trust." She was trying not to look too pleased. She was not entirely succeeding. "Yes. Obviously yes." "Good." He picked up the blueprint. "Can I take this?" "I made you a copy," she said, producing it from a second stack. He took it. He looked at it. He thought about his grandmother Doria, who Augusta Longbottom had described as remarkable, and his grandfather Fleamont, who had shaped wizarding commerce policy through 3 pieces of legislation, and 7 generations before them of people who had used what they had for things that mattered. He folded the blueprint and put it in the folder with the estate documents, next to the signed combined estate registration. "The Dementor Protocol," he said. "That's the first motion. Augusta Longbottom has been waiting for years and she has the votes if we align with her and she's already agreed." He looked at Hermione. "Can you draft the motion text?" She was already reaching for a quill. "How long do you need it?" Tight, he said. 1 page. Everything it needs, nothing it doesn't. He paused. You know how to write that better than I do. I know how to write most things better than most people, she said, which was completely true and delivered without arrogance, just accuracy. Right, Harry said. So write it. They went to the burrow in the afternoon. Ron was in the garden. He saw them coming and stood up from what he'd been doing with the resigned but ready expression of someone who had known this visit was coming and had been deciding what he thought about everything while waiting for it. You look like you slept last night, Ron said to Harry. First time all week, Harry said. You? I've been thinking about things too much to sleep properly, Ron said. He looked at the folder. Is it done? It's done. Ron nodded. He sat back down on the garden wall and picked up what he'd been doing, which was apparently trying to fix a garden gnome catching device Fred had invented and broken, and he fiddled with it for a moment with the quality of someone who needed something in his hands while he talked. I've been thinking, Ron said, about how I always thought we were that we were friends because we met on the train and sat in the same compartment. You know. Just chance. He fiddled with the gnome device. And now I keep thinking about all the times you were at our house and Mum was, and it's not that she wasn't genuine, she was, obviously she was. But now there's this other layer on it and I don't know how to, he stopped. I don't know how to separate the two things. You don't have to separate them, Harry said. He sat on the wall beside him. That's what I keep trying to work out how to say. The payments were real and your mum's feelings are real and they were both happening at the same time. One of them was wrong and the other one wasn't. He paused. What I know about your family, Ron, from 5 years of actually being here, is nothing to do with any of that. It's yours. It's mine. That's not contaminated. Ron was quiet. He fixed something on the gnome device. Then he said, Dad's seat. It's restored to the estate. Officially from yesterday. He resigned it weeks ago. Harry paused. He's going to be fine, professionally. His department work was legitimate. The seat assignment is fully documented as a ministry decision, it doesn't touch his employment record. I know, Ron said. He told me. He's not, he stopped. He's not the problem. I know he's not the problem. He looked at Harry. I just wish none of it had happened. Me too, Harry said. In the sense that I wish my parents hadn't died and none of this had been necessary. He paused. But given that it did happen, I'd rather know. Ron turned the gnome device over in his hands. The thing is, he said slowly, I thought I knew everything about your situation. 5 years. I thought I understood, the Dursleys, Voldemort, the prophecy. I thought I had the full picture. He looked at Harry. And you had all this going on underneath it that you didn't even know about. Which means I definitely didn't know about it. And it makes me wonder, he stopped. What? Harry said. It makes me wonder what else I don't know, Ron said. Not about your situation. Just in general. What else is going on that nobody's looking at because the right person hasn't asked yet? He paused. It's a weird feeling. That's exactly the right feeling to have, Harry said. Ron looked at him. Hermione said something like that. Hermione is usually right about feelings, Harry said. Don't tell her I said that. She already knows, Ron said, which was true, and the normalcy of it, 2 boys in a garden being exactly themselves, was the thing that settled the afternoon, made the complicated things manageable, reminded Harry of what was worth protecting. Molly fed them dinner, which she did with the wholehearted generosity that was entirely and completely hers and had nothing to do with anything else, and Harry ate it and felt the warmth of the kitchen and the Weasley noise and the specific quality of this house's particular kind of love. After dinner, before they left, Molly pressed something into Harry's hand at the door. He looked at it. It was a photograph, Muggle, a print, slightly faded. His mother and Molly, young, probably 19 or 20, laughing at something outside what looked like a Diagon Alley shopfront. His mother's hair was long and bright and her eyes were his eyes, and she was laughing so completely that the picture barely contained it. "I found it going through some old things this week," Molly said. "I thought you should have it." Harry looked at the photograph. His mother, laughing. "Thank you," he said, and meant it at the depth that matters. They went to Godric's Hollow at dusk. Harry had been thinking about it all week. Thinking about the land, the word Ragnarok had used, land, as if what remained after the house was destroyed was still something, was still whole and present and worth naming. He had been building a picture of it in his mind and knew the picture was wrong in specifics, too complete, too composed, because imagination always was. They apparat to the village square. The evening was warm and the village was doing its small summer thing, a few people out, lights coming on in windows, the particular quiet of a place that had never been large and was not trying to be. Harry knew the way. He didn't know how he knew, instinct, maybe, or the particular pull of a place that had been significant before he had the capacity to understand significance. He walked through the village, Sirius at his side, until the lane narrowed and the trees thickened slightly and there was a gate. Beyond the gate, a garden. Beyond the garden, what remained? The house was a shell. Not a ruin in the dramatic sense, not falling, not consumed. It had been stopped mid-destruction, the way things caught in a specific violent moment sometimes were, and in the decades since it had simply existed in that stopped state, stone walls still standing, windows empty, the roofline broken on one side. The garden around it had grown into itself, lavender and rosemary gone wild, a tree near the gate that had been small in 1981 and was now substantial and unself-conscious about it. On the gate, a sign. A Ministry of Magic blue information sign, the kind they put on heritage sites, describing the property and its historical significance in the careful neutral language of official remembrance. Harry looked at it. Then he pushed the gate open and walked in. The garden path was still there, stone under the overgrowth. He walked up it to the doorframe, there was no door, and stood at the threshold and looked into what had been the entrance hall. Plaster on the walls, faded. Floorboards intact. A staircase on the left going up to a landing that was partially open to the sky. He stood there. Sirius stood at his shoulder. "They lived here," Harry said. "Yes," Sirius said. "They were happy here." They were. The last year, especially, they were in hiding but they were, Sirius paused. They were together and they had you and they made it feel like home. James he was better at that than you'd expect from someone who'd never had to make anything feel like home before. It just came naturally to him. He paused. "Your mum grew everything in the garden. Every plant out here." He looked at the overgrown lavender. "She'd be horrified about the state of it." Harry almost smiled. He looked at the doorframe, the wood, worn, the particular grain of it. He thought about a mother standing here. A father. The ordinary architecture of their life before it became a story. He stepped inside. The floors held. The walls held. The plaster was cold under his hand when he touched it. He moved through the entrance hall into what had been the sitting room, fireplace on one wall, mantelpiece still standing, the ghost of a bookshelf on the opposite wall visible in the rectangular marks on the plaster where the paint had faded unevenly. He stood in the room. He thought about everything the week had given him. Not just the titles and the seats and the vault transfers, those were instruments, as Sirius had said, tools for doing things. What the week had actually given him was this, the knowledge of what had been here before. The shape of what his parents were, what his family was, what he came from. Not the story he'd been given, the tragedy story, the chosen one story, the story where he was defined entirely by the night this house was destroyed and everything before it was prologue. The actual story. The one with Fleamont Potter and Doria Potter and generations of people who had used their name for things that mattered. The one with James Potter, who had been less distinguished at 16 and considerably more so at 20, who had stood in the Waisengamot with his family's voting weight and used it for the things he believed in. The one with Lily Evans Potter, who had grown lavender in this garden and laughed with Molly Weasley in Diagon Alley, and whose eyes Harry had been looking through for 15 years without knowing the full person they belonged to. They had been here. They had been real people, with a real life, in a real house on a real lane in a real village. And what remained of it was his. Harry stood in the sitting room of his parents' house for a long time. He let it be what it was, not just grief, because grief was there, but it wasn't the whole of it, and he was done having everything flattened into its simplest emotional form. He let it be complicated. He let it be grief and anger and something that was not quite peace but was in the vicinity of it, the kind of state you arrived at when you had done something hard and real and were standing in the physical evidence of why it mattered. After a while Sirius came and stood in the doorway. "What do you want to do with it?" he said. Harry looked around the room. "Restore it," he said. "The whole house?" "I want to restore the house." He looked at the mantelpiece, the bookshelf ghosts, the fireplace. "Not to live in it." "Not yet. Maybe not ever, I don't know. But I want it to be a house again and not a," he paused. "Not a monument. It's a Potter house. It should look like one." Sirius was quiet for a moment. "That'll be a significant project." "I have the resources now," Harry said. Not braggadociously. Just factually. "I have a vault full of 8 generations of accumulated wealth and a restored estate and a set of charter rights generating ongoing income." He looked at Sirius. "I can restore a house." "You can restore a house," Sirius said. Something in his voice had the quality of things sitting right. Harry walked back to the doorway and stood beside Sirius, and they both looked at the sitting room, at the potential of it, which was the best version of looking at a broken thing, for a moment. Then Harry said, "There's something I've been thinking about. For the estate. What to use it for. Tell me." "The training sessions at Grimmauld Place," Harry said. "Remus and Moody are doing that. That's the immediate practical thing. But longer term," he paused. "The curriculum change at Hogwarts is going to take time to fully implement. There are people who aren't at Hogwarts, adults, people in the wizarding world who don't have formal defense training, people in communities that have historically been excluded from the kind of institutional support that would prepare them." He paused. "I want to fund something. Something permanent. Not order adjacent, not ministry controlled. Independent." He looked at Sirius. "A place where people can train. With proper teachers and a proper curriculum. Open to anyone who needs it." He paused. "Use the resources the way they were supposed to be used. The way my grandfather used the charter rights, the way Augusta said the Potters had always used their position, for things that actually matter." Sirius looked at him. He stopped. "Too much?" Harry said. "Too soon?" "No." Sirius shook his head. "I was going to say it's exactly what James would have done. And I mean that completely without the nostalgia. It's a genuinely good idea and it's the right use of what you have, and the timing isn't too soon, it's now, which is when it needs to happen." He paused. "I'll help build it." "You'll co-run it," Harry said. "Not help. Co-run. With Remus." He looked at Sirius directly. "You've been living in reaction for 14 years. Running, hiding, surviving. I want you to build something. You're good at it. You just haven't had the resources or the standing before." He paused. "You have both now." Sirius looked at him with the expression Harry had seen a few times this week, the one that came when something landed unexpectedly and he hadn't had time to prepare for it, so his face just told the truth for a moment without the usual management. He looked away. Looked at the garden. Cleared his throat. "Right," he said. "Yes. All right. Good, Harry said. He stepped back out through the doorframe into the garden. The dusk had deepened into early dark and the first stars were showing above the broken roofline. We should talk to Hermione about the institutional structure. She'll want to set up a proper framework. She already has thoughts about it, Sirius said, following him out. She mentioned something about founding charters on the train back from Hogwarts. Of course she did, Harry said. They walked back through the overgrown garden, past the wild lavender, past the tree that had been small when this house was alive and was now large and confident in the dark. At the gate Harry stopped and looked back. The house in the evening dark was less broken than it had looked in the fading light. Without the full exposure of daylight the gaps and the damage were less visible and what was left was simply the shape of it, walls and roofline and the specific geometry of a home, the design of a place where people had intended to stay. Had stayed, until they couldn't. He put his hand on the gate. The iron was cool and the night was warm around it. He thought, I'll be back. Not a promise to the house, houses didn't need promises. A statement to himself. About what came next, and the fact that next things were now, finally, his to choose. He pushed the gate closed. Grimmauld Place received them at 10:30 with the particular welcome of a house that had been dark and difficult for years and was slowly, room by room, becoming something else. The lamps in the entrance hall came on. The kitchen had the smell of something creature had made earlier. The portraits on the stairs were uncharacteristically quiet. Harry went to the study. The desk had been cleared, which was Sirius's doing, the week's accumulated parchment stacked and ordered, the audit put in its folder, the notes from Ragnarok and Amelia and Augusta Longbottom each in their place. The only thing still out was the color-coded chart Hermione had given him and the blueprint document. Harry looked at the chart. He thought about the defense curriculum motion. Hermione had the draft finished, she'd sent it over that afternoon. He thought about the Dementor protocol repeal, Augusta's votes aligned with his in the next full session. He thought about the creature rights frameworks that had failed for want of political weight and would not fail now. He thought about the training program and what it could become. He thought about Godric's Hollow and the house waiting to be restored. He thought about Voldemort, who was out there gathering strength, who had been gathering strength all year, who was the fact at the center of everything that no amount of political reclamation could make irrelevant. He thought about the prophecy. Neither can live while the other survives. He held it alongside everything else, alongside the 23 and the 74 votes and the combined estate document in its folder and the photograph of his mother laughing. He held it without letting it consume the others the way it might have done a week ago, the way it had done before the audit, before Sirius's demand in courtroom 10 had changed the shape of everything. The prophecy was a fact. It was not the only fact. He was Lord Harry James Potter. He was 15 years old and he had spent a week taking back everything that was his, and the week had changed him in ways he would probably still be discovering in a year and 10 years and for the rest of whatever life he had. He had done it with his godfather beside him and his best friends doing the work and Amelia Bones providing institutional cover and Augusta Longbottom providing the historical weight that told him what the name he carried actually meant. He had not been afraid of any of it. He had been angry, and clear-eyed, and determined, and occasionally exhausted, and once or twice, in the Godric's Hollow sitting room, holding the photograph of his mother, something much softer and less armored than all of that. But not afraid. Sirius appeared in the study doorway. He was carrying 2 glasses. He looked at Harry. The good stuff again? Harry said. Different good stuff, Sirius said. I've been saving this one for something specific. I've been carrying it around in my robes for a week waiting for the right moment. He came in and set 1 glass in front of Harry. I think tonight qualifies. Harry looked at the glass. Then at Sirius. What is it? It's a Potter vintage, Sirius said. From your grandfather's private cellar. I had Creature find it. It's been down there for 40 years and it is extremely good and it is extremely yours. He sat in the chair across the desk. We're drinking it tonight. Harry picked up the glass. Sirius picked up his. To James and Lily, Sirius said, which was not what Harry had expected him to say, which meant it was the right thing to say, the thing that was true rather than the thing that would sound right. Simple. Complete. To James and Lily, Harry said. They drank. It was extraordinary. Not just good, extraordinary. The kind of thing that had history in it, that had been made by someone who understood what they were doing and had waited long enough to know whether they'd got it right. Harry set the glass down and looked at it and thought about a man he'd never known who'd laid down something this good because he intended to still be here to drink it eventually, and had not been, and whose son was drinking it now in the house where Sirius Black had grown up and which had become the headquarters of a resistance and was now gradually becoming something that felt more like a home. I'm going to win, Harry said. Sirius looked at him. Against Voldemort, Harry said. I know it's not certain. I know what the prophecy says about what it probably requires. But I'm going to win. He held his glass. Not because of the prophecy. Because I intend to. He paused. And because I'm not going into it the way he expected. I'm not going into it alone, and ignorant, and unprepared, and grateful for whatever scraps I've been given. He looked at Sirius. I'm going in as what I actually am. Sirius looked at him for a long moment. The lamplight sat on him in the particular way of a man in his mid-30s who had spent his 20s in a cell and his 30s running and was now, finally, in a room he chose, doing something that mattered, and starting to look like himself. I know you are, Sirius said. I've known it since you looked at that preliminary audit in the ministry atrium and didn't cry. He paused. James would have cried. Your father was a great man, but he would absolutely have had a moment about it and then regrouped. He paused. You just regrouped. Maybe I cried later, Harry said. Did you? Harry considered this. No, he said. Sirius laughed. It was the old laugh, sudden, genuine, the real one, and it filled the study in the way that a real thing fills a room, taking up precisely the space it needs and no more. No, Sirius said. I didn't think so. Harry finished the glass. He looked at the study around him, the cleared desk, the stacked audit, the chart, the blueprint, the combined estate folder with its signed documents, the folder that contained the beginning of the training program, the photograph of his mother already propped against the lamp where he had put it when they came in without quite planning to. His mother, laughing, contained by a photograph that was too small for the laugh. He stood. Picked up the blueprint. Looked at it. Tomorrow, he said. The Dementor motion draft goes to Augusta. The training program, I want to start talking to Remus about sites. The Godric's Hollow restoration, tomorrow, Sirius said. Tomorrow, Harry agreed. He put the blueprint down. He turned off the lamp and left the study and went to bed in the room that had become, in the last week, the first room that was genuinely his, not assigned to him, not Desley Spare, not Hogwarts standard, but chosen, in a house that was his, in a life that was finally, irrevocably, operating on his own terms. He slept deeply and without incident, and in the morning the city came in around the curtains with the particular quality of a new day that didn't know it was supposed to be significant. He got up. He had work to do.